that was foolish to have, used up cash reserves. And if it's looking like, hey, we're doing okay from a cash standpoint, and the stock price is like absurdly low, then at least my vote on the board would be to sort of do a buyback. But that's that's subject to the rest of the board's opinion as well. But my vote would be to do a buyback if once we are able to properly calibrate the scale of the recession, and just make sure that Tesla is healthy, and we're not spending cash reserves and putting the company at risk. That would be my concern.
On the Twitter X Tesla. Yeah,
sorry,
you want to go first? I'm popping after you.
Yeah, I mean, for people like me who love Tesla and love the products, it's just, I'm really glad that Tesla got profitable when it did. Because if it had to go through this storm when it was sort of where it was in 2018 or 2019, I mean, it might not have made it through it.
Yeah.
So it's, really to tremendous credit of the management that we've gotten to this place where we're profitable and we don't have to worry about Tesla going under with this storm. You have the startups like Rivian and Lucid who are just burning cash like crazy.
Yeah.
Terrible situation for them. The legacy automakers, they're not in a great situation.
Correct.
Tesla's launching FSD beta. They're doing pretty well overall. They're in a better position than pretty much any of their peers. And that's, I think, a huge credit to you and the rest of the Tesla team.
Let me tell you, the Tesla team is kicking ass. And honestly, to use an anachronistic analogy, Tesla is firing on all cylinders. So it's the actual execution of the company is I think outstanding. The team's doing a kick-ass job. So it's just I guess like Warren what's that? Warren Buffett's got a lot of great sayings, but the because this is a sort of thing where I suspect Warren Buffett's going to be buying a lot of stock next year, because if a company has very strong fundamentals, but then the market is doing some short-term panic situation, obviously that's the right time to buy stock. I stand by my prediction that Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world. I'm actually pretty confident that will be the case, but I just can't predict with accuracy the stock price between now and then.
On the Twitter X Tesla crossover that's happening there, I think when you were...
Sorry, one at a time, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Stock Talk, mind if I go?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Go.
Yeah. On the Twitter X Tesla crossover, and we're all power users of Twitter. Stock Market News, Stock Talk, and I have been using it for years. We've been hosting 40 hours of Spaces a week. There was a lot of hope that when the acquisition happened, that this could be a real synergy for Tesla, right? Who notoriously doesn't spend money on marketing and now has access to this incredible community. But of course, there's been work that has to go into Twitter. There's been a lot of restructuring there. Are there active synergies that you see, or ways that you see these crossing over in the coming months or years to really supplement each other?
Well, I mean, Twitter. I and Tesla have long used Twitter, frankly, for free to advertise Tesla. So my account and the Tesla account have been incredibly effective in building awareness of Tesla and actually driving demand. I think there probably are some synergies there, where Twitter can be helpful, perhaps even more helpful to Tesla. It certainly has, yeah. So,
hey Elon, is there a way to connect our Tesla profiles to our Twitter profiles and get it in the car?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we could.
Yeah, I think Twitter should be like the social graph of Tesla. Like, I want to go in my nav system and say, okay, I want to meet up with Ross. So navigate us to this restaurant. We can see each other's location, that kind of thing.
And I can see all the other Tesla owners driving around me that want their visibility shared, and we could communicate through through Twitter as the app.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, I mean, it would kind of make sense to have a Twitter app on Tesla. Yeah.
Yeah, we could listen to Spaces while we're supercharging. I was just supercharging actually like a half an hour ago, and you just sit there. It's like perfect.
I mean, Elon,
Yeah.
Tesla is the biggest source of your wealth. When it comes to Twitter, I mean, these ideas are all great. These ideas are great. But does it make sense to have someone like, David Sachs come in and help you manage Twitter? And are there like 3 candidates that you think would be really interesting to support you so that through this recession, the focus can be more on Tesla?
The focus will, let me be clear, the focus will absolutely be, I mean, Tesla just fundamentally is a far more complex beast than Twitter. So the things that are necessary to operate Twitter are just they're far fewer. It's a subset of Tesla complexity. Obviously, like Twitter is like it's got there's its servers and software and phone apps and stuff, and it's it's at scale and stuff, but it is obviously it's the complexity is more than an order of magnitude lower than Tesla. So my attention will be primarily on Tesla, and I think I can still improve the Twitter product because I use it a lot. So in terms of guiding the product to become better and better, that's like kind of a natural thing since I have been using Twitter actively for since 2009. It's it's basically not that hard to know what things need to improve and then give that direction to the team and have it get it done. So yeah, it's I'm not trivializing Twitter, but it's just objectively it's like about 10% of the complexity of Tesla. So
music to our ears. A lot of investors are so happy to hear you say that, and I think it helps a lot you coming on this space and talking to people.
Elon, I just want to ask you briefly about Tesla
Super appreciate
and
Super
the
appreciate
launch of Tesla electricity in Texas. I'm a Texas resident as well, so I think that's a pretty exciting additional vertical maybe for Tesla from the utility perspective. If you just wanted to comment briefly on Tesla electricity and that starting up and your guys' outlook for Tesla electricity going forward, I think that'd be great to comment
on. Sure. Well, I mean, the overarching purpose of Tesla is to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. And and there's like just really 3 pillars to sustainable energy, which is sustainable energy generation, primarily through wind and solar, and then storage of that energy, stationary battery packs, because of the intermittency of wind and solar, and then electric transport. And those are the 3 core pillars for a sustainable energy future. And we're working on all 3. So, and I'd say like the demand for large stationary battery packs, especially at the utility level, but also at the consumer level with Powerwall, is like quasi infinite. Like meaning like it's assuming the economics are compelling to utilities for and so like as long as like say a Tesla battery pack is cheaper, all things considered, than say a natural gas peaker plant, the demand is like gigantic.
And nobody's valuing that, are they? They're putting a value of 0 on it.
I don't know, but I wouldn't put a value of 0 on it. But it is like, I mean, I've said before, we really want to be doing, 1,000 plus gigawatt hours a year of battery packs, combined stationary and vehicle, and if not 2,000. So, it's big numbers. At a certain point, like I do eventually need to do this like Master Plan Part 3. The Master Plan Part 3 is just about scale and just like people just like one shouldn't even think of things in terms of like dollars, you need to think of things in terms of tonnage, like what tonnage of battery pack is needed. Like the fundamental rate limiter for humanity becoming self-sustaining from an energy standpoint is how many gigawatt hours per year of battery pack can you make? That fundamentally sets the rate at which humanity can transition to sustainable energy. Is how many batteries can you make per year? At the ton, what's the tonnage? Well, in storage terms, how many thousands of gigawatt hours per year can humanity make? That's the faster that ramps, the faster one can get to a sustainable future. And our rough back of the envelope for transitioning civilization to a fully sustainable energy economy is around 300 terawatt hours of installed capacity ish. I mean, other people may come up with different numbers, but it's not an order of magnitude higher than that, and it's not an order of magnitude lower than that. So
we'll go to Monative next. Monative, I'm sure, is a great question. Monative, you've had your hand up for a while, and then we'll go to Earl as well, who's had his hand up. Monative, what's up?
Thanks, Talk. Hey, Elon, want to take you back a little bit to the comment you made about Fed being behind the curve and over tightening. So I've been living in the Valley here for close to 25 plus years now. So been through the thick and thin in the Valley. So certainly it looks like we are heading to a tech jobs recession, if nothing else, and probably a white collar jobs recession, and certainly a significant pullback in tech. Do you think that data is going to cause further contagion from top down at the highest income levels? And is the Fed going to see that and take that into account? Because clearly the overall jobs market is fine at the lower level, but certainly there's a lot of weakness at the higher level.
Sorry, you blanked out there for a second. Can you repeat the question?
Sorry about that. So I was just saying, to your earlier point about the Fed being behind the curve. We're not seeing, real jobs problem at the highest level within tech. The high-paying jobs are being lost at a furious pace. But overall job market seems to be fine because of the lower end jobs. Do you think the Fed is going to take that level of nuance into account before they go too far?
Look, I don't know what my insight into the Fed's decision making is zero. So I don't know. I don't know any of the people on the Fed board. I'm not sure I've ever even spoken to them. So I don't know what the Fed's going to do. I've been surprised by the rate increases, and like I said, I think they're looking at like data in a kind of a legacy way with that where the data's got a lot of latency, and so then they're just making decisions with data that's really stale and not reflective of the current situation. So that just means their reaction will be delayed. So they're raising rates more than they should, and then they'll probably take longer to lower the rates than they should. That's based on the past track record.
That makes perfect sense with structural unemployment. I mean, there are a million jobs without open immigration that we can't just make out of, we can't fill out of thin air. So I tend to agree with you that this tightening could last longer. And Musk, you're not the only one. I mean, they're the top hedge fund managers in the world. I mean, Tepper was on TV this morning. I've never seen the guy this depressed in the last 20 years.
Wow.
So, he was the one in 2010 that was saying, hey, QE1, he went all in and, built a $20 billion organization. But, even the best fund managers, prognosticators, no one has any idea on how this is going to play out. So all we can do is, have our scenarios and play out various cases and manage risk for the best.
Yeah.
Earl, you're up.
Hey, thank you. Hello, Elon. Longtime shareholder, first time caller. I have a quick question, but before I get to that, I would like to point out that when you put Floki in the front, Tesla was over $300 a share. I don't know if it was related, but you might want to consider that to pump the stock again. On to my question. I've always been a Rabbit fan. There's a lot of people who are similar to me, probably a little more liberal, very passionate about our Teslas, proud of our Teslas. And, over the takeover of Twitter and some of these comments, I think some of us have been feeling a little bit disenfranchised. Still big fans, still shareholders, but some of the magic is missing a little bit there. For example, I have a daughter, or I have a daughter, and then also a trans child, and they both were always very excited about our Tesla. We went and bought a Model X, and now they have mixed feelings about it. It's just like, and it's not always directly related to what you say, but kind of some of the opinions or attention you draw to things like pronouns or something like that. And it's sad for me to watch that happen. And so I've tried to speak out about that. It doesn't really go anywhere, but I do worry also as a shareholder about, are we alienating certain people, not just extreme left people, but just kind of in the middle folks like myself that, it's just added in some politics and controversy that takes away a little bit of the shine off of our Tesla. Now, I did sell my Model 3, but it was mostly because I live in Alaska. We're missing some chargers. I'm going to throw in a plug for that. But, still a big fan. Like I said, still have our shares, still love driving our Teslas around. But I was just wondering if you've thought about that at all as you're, taking on this big Twitter job.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to sort of suppress my views. So it's like, it's just to boost the stock price. Something like that's not going to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he's saying, though, Elon. I think when you own a media property, there's this perception of independence that's expected from the owner. And the Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch, but he doesn't write the opinion pieces, even though we know it's his opinion. And so I think, it sort of like throws people off that the owner has an opinion. Now, I don't think your opinions are extreme, but a lot of people in the media take what you say, and by the time the customers read it, it's not what you said at all. And, I just think there's this big perception gap being driven on beliefs that aren't even yours, really, because you're saying something, and I just think that part of it, it's almost like a trap that it's like a lose-lose trap. And I hate seeing people get caught in that.
I mean, Elon, you don't hate trans people, do you? Or what
No,
are your
of course
views
not.
on that?
No, of course not. So I mean, I'm not in general a hater of anyone, frankly. So, but I think that there's, the thing that it does bother me that people will use pronouns to be super judgmental, and actually to me it feels like a lot of these things are just they're a shield that allow people to be assholes. They're like a moral shield it just gives them an excuse to be an asshole, and that's what bothers me. So
yeah, I get that, but I think what happens real easily in the media is it just appears that you're punching down to a really marginalized group. Like my kid is just trying to have their pronoun used in school and stuff, and it's then you have this really rich popular person crapping on pronouns, but it gets mixed up, and it's I think the people that you're talking about like it gets mixed up, and then people just see it as a more broader thing that you're like, being negative towards trans people. But I
Okay,
do
so
have to ask really,
let's move on
Yeah,
to the
just really
Yeah,
quick.
I mean,
the next
yeah,
Are you
conversation.
we got
are you
Gary
gonna
and
do
Chuck
the?
with hands up
We're
too.
gonna go to Gav first, who has his hand up, and then we'll go to
Yeah.
Gary.
I got just a simple question, Elon, because there's been a lot of this use of polls on Twitter. And as somebody, again, we're Twitter power users. We love that idea that we can have the opportunity to participate in major decisions that are going to affect us, right? Like my entire income comes from Twitter. With that being said, there's been a couple different ways around the polls. There's been thoughts, are the polls being used to root out bots? There's been polls that are, of course, you've abided by. There's been a tweet that polls would maybe just be available to Twitter Blue users. I'm kind of curious if there's any clarity you can give on, are these major decisions going to be made by polls? Can those polls be trusted? Do you have systems to get rid of potential botting? And then will those polls be available to everybody or just to Twitter Blue users?
I think that it's the subject of debate. The challenge with polls, I mean, maybe it could be open to Twitter verified or all. The challenge with all is that it's like ridiculously cheap to get to buy like a bot army. It's like less than a penny a bot. So you can like for not that much money you can have 10,000 or 100,000 bots all participate in a poll and shift the direction of a poll. Now, the interest in shifting, like, it depends on how motivated is someone to use a bot army to shift a poll. And then often you'll see, like, basically what appear to be almost certainly warring bot armies, where two sides are both have bot armies, and they're trying to push a vote one way or the other. So I think in order to have a vote that it does not have a lot of bots and trolls, I think you would have to restrict it to verified users. Otherwise, obviously, it's just too cheap to scam the system.
Elon, is there an easy way to kick out bots like intraday? Like a reCAPTCHA is a basic. I'm not an engineer by trade, but something like that, like intraday, kick everyone out, have them log back in, use a reCAPTCHA or something like that, and just push these bots off the platform over time.
Yeah, I mean, bot is maybe not necessarily the right word, because there are bots, like there's degrees. There's a purely automated situation, which where CAPTCHA would have some value, although really AI, like readily available AI, is getting to the point where it's it's certainly going to get to the point where it's better than humans at reading a CAPTCHA, not worse. So like the value of a CAPTCHA is just diminishing over time. Then there's the situation where they're not actually bots; they're people, but like somebody's got like a warehouse somewhere, where there's like 10,000 phones. You've got like 100 people, or for argument's sake, 100 people each operating 100 phones. So that's not a bot, and they can all perform the CAPTCHA. So there's a whole bunch of that going on. In fact, you can see pictures of that on the internet. You just Google it. So there's not like some easy way to get around this. That's what I'm saying. It's really difficult. That's why I use bots and trolls. It's like bots are cheap, but trolls are also pretty cheap, like a troll farm. So I think you really, to have a high quality poll, you have to have some verification, and that verification has to, I think, increase the cost, the effective cost of having a bot or troll, by an order of magnitude or more. Like, so if it costs like let's say a penny for a troll vote, now if that's instead they're paying like $8 or $10, now you've increased the effective cost by 10,000, or sorry, by 1,000, I should say, roughly. So that makes it much harder to scam. Anyway, I got to get back to work here, guys. Speaking of work,
Thanks for coming.
Hey, thanks for your
You're
time,
welcome,
Elon.
Yeah, thanks, Elon. Really appreciate it. Really.
yeah.
Thank you,
And
Elon. Thank you.
I guess my parting words were, like, there's stormy weather ahead, but then it's going to be sunshine thereafter.
Elon, when's the V11 coming?
Come on more of these Tesla spaces with
Yeah,
us.
that'd be
Tesla
great.
shareholders love hearing from you. They love hearing from you, and it's like really, I think, great for sentiment. So come on more of these spaces with us, and we'll make sure that we give you a good blend of hard questions and easy ones as well.
All right,
Elon,
sounds
when's
good.
V11 coming? What's your best guess?
Well, we had hopefully before the end of the year. I mean, we're on V11.2 with the limited beta. But so it's probably like, I don't know, 11.3. It's pretty soon. It's not like far away. It's measured in single digit, like, you know, sort of in the roughly.
Nice, that's exciting. Well,
Yeah,
the existing version's amazing. It's been driving me around with no takeovers most of the time.
Yeah. The thing about the V11 is there are a bunch of neural nets that are architecturally much better than 1069, but they like they've got much more room to improve. Like it's, you know, we're just, Autopilot has been going through like a series of local maximums, and so when you exit a local maximum, you first go down before you go up. And so the neural net architecture in V11 is actually much better, but it just takes time to hone the details. But it's like, I mean, it's rare for me to intervene at this point when I drive around. It's like, so it's surprising to like. The vast majority of trips that I take on Autopilot are zero intervention. So it bodes well for the future.
Chuck, do you have anything to say before he goes?
Hey, Elon, thanks for making yourself available. I was just going to say, first of all, thank you for working on hard problems and hard problems such as the unprotected left turn. Do you think that many of the hard problems are going to need that much effort? Do you think it's going to generalize across you know, the space? I know V11 is a good example of that. I'm just curious if you think that they're going to have to put that much effort towards a lot of these corner cases, or if that was just a good example of how to put engineers to work to create a solution both in the simulator and in real life.
I mean, this will just be my last answer, but we're, with every new architecture of every new neural net architecture is more generalized than the last time. So it actually ends up solving not just, say, extended unprotected lefts, but it ends up solving a whole bunch of things. So it's not like it's actually with each major rev, there's more and more generalization of solving what is effectively the real world AI problem. And Tesla is, as far as I can tell, overwhelmingly the best at real world AI. And our rate of progress is increasing. So, all right, with that, it's good talking to you guys, and look forward to talking again in the future.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Cheers, man.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you, Elon.
That was awesome to have him. I mean,
Wow.
Hell yeah.
So many
That
So
was
many
so
answers.
needed.
Um,
The Tesla shareholders need. We made the stock go up. I think. Look at that.
Yeah.
we did.
For a
We
minute,
did.
for a
We
minute.
definitely made the stock go up.
Stock went up like 2%.
There we go. Someone
Thanks
had
for
to do
plugging
it.
in the V11 question, Omar. That was really good. I mean, I think we got
I
some
have to
context
speak
there,
for the
too.
people. The people want to know where V11 is.
Yeah, I mean, and what I heard is maybe there's some stuff still working.
It
They're
didn't
working
sound
hard.
good. It
Yeah,
did
it
not.
didn't.
No, they're working on it, but this
It sounds
version's
like
still so
2023.
good right now. Yeah.
I just wanted to say for everyone that's in here, obviously we had like 60,000 people in here live at the peak. So thanks for tuning in. Make sure you're following the great host that hosted this space, that brought us up here, Stock Market News. It's obviously a fantastic source of news. Make sure you're following Holes Mars blog, who is probably the best Tesla content guy on Twitter, always dropping full self-drive videos. And make sure you're following me too. You know, I do talk about Tesla too, and all the rest of the panel. special situations, Gov, Gary, Ross, Rob, Mar, Chuck, Eli, everyone that was up here, and everyone that came in throughout the space. So thanks, guys, for that. But I mean, we're going to continue the conversation, I imagine. So
Yeah,
Mar, I'll let you
feels like we have so much to go over.
You know, I'd
now
love
that
to hear
especially
your
because
opinions
selling is done
on these
and
margin on the margin
a number
sales
of other
today.
areas. Whose opinion did you want on that,
Oh,
Jay? Like
you know,
Gary?
anyone that's closely involved, I think they're over 5 billion in margin sales. I mean, usually when there's forced selling in any security, it's interesting to look at. Sometimes it can be an opportunity. You know, just interested in seeing if anyone had any data on forced selling in the specific security.
Gary, got any thoughts there?
No, that's not why the stock was going down today. I mean, if I'm a PM, it's a huge red flag, and Elon's doing it again, but it's a huge red flag when the CEO blames the stock price decline on Fed rates going up when they're actually going down because inflation's coming down. And the other thing was, and I was trying to ask this question, but nobody did.
On the rebate?
Why would you double this $3,750 promotion in the U.S. 1 week before the end of the quarter? And again, as PM said to me, that smacks of desperation. Why would you do that? And there's no answer, at least that I heard, but I don't know if
No, I
anyone
think he
Because of the
said that he's
treasury
trying to
guidance.
accelerate. He's trying to improve utilization, accelerate demand by lowering price. Now, whether that's short
That's
term
1 week.
bad, you
Yeah,
know,
1 week.
he did
It
touch
just
on
it
it.
looks bad. It looks
I mean, the
bad.
Treasury issued guidance that suggested that they would have a $7,500 tax credit in Q1. So before people were kind of thinking $3,750, because some of the language in the bill that talked about the source of the raw materials that went into the battery and what levels were needed to qualify. So people were thinking it was going to be $3,750, but then the Treasury said, okay, we're actually not going to issue guidance until March. And under the law, until we issue guidance, the guidance doesn't take effect. So basically, if you're under the cap on price, if you're under the income limit, and if you're made in North America, you're going to qualify for the 7,500. So they decided to sort of match that for the last 9 days. So they're going to have to eat it for 9 days, which could cost maybe tens of millions, maybe in the low 100 millions. But then in Q1 and beyond into 2023, it's going to be covered as a federal tax credit.
Right.
Yeah, I think that had a lot to do with it too. I think that the government's really just messing with all the EV makers with this bullshit by postponing what everybody assumed exact who would qualify. So it kind of like if I was about to buy a Tesla, like maybe I'm putting off until I'm sure I can get the full thing. So he's just pushing people over the limit.
But look, we all know if people were buying the cars, they wouldn't be offering incentives. There wouldn't be a need to. So,
well, he made it clear that higher interest rates make the price of the Tesla more expensive, which is true.
It's
so
not
I
true.
think,
It's
well,
not
it's true.
guys.
It just costs more.
The
because your interest-
4-year auto loan, if you look at it from end of October to now, it's up about 50 basis points. 5-year loan, same thing, because they're tied to the underlying trigger.
What is the rate on a 5-year auto loan?
6.5. 6.5 according to
yeah, but
the
mine
Reserve
right
of
now on
St.
my
Louis.
car is 3.
All right, but all I'm saying, Ross, is that's not the reason why people are suddenly saying, "Oh, I'm not going to buy a Tesla," because the auto rate loan has gone from
I
6
agree
to
with
6.5.
that. I don't think
It's
that
just
that
not.
would somebody who needs.
Oh,
a
I
car
think it's
is gonna
part
buy
of
a
it.
car.
I definitely think it's part of it. And
I do think it matters. But
it's not the main
I'm talking
reason.
about-
It's not the main reason, but it's definitely part of it. And this
Look.
EV tax credit, it looks like it's being delayed till March of 2023. Is that right?
No, it's not
no,
being
the
delayed.
credit still counts.
It's
They
actually
just
the
aren't saying
opposite.
who qualifies. Right.
You're going to get the $75 credit whether you buy from GM or Ford or anybody until they clarify the regs. But Tesla, people thought they were going to get it anyway, right? Because everything's made in the U.S. as long as you're under the income limits and the car limits. So I don't think I don't understand why they would double the 3750. And I'm telling you, what people I talk to who are nervous PMs, window dressing, whatever they're doing, they worry like, well, that sounds like desperation. Why would you double a promotion for 1 week? And I can't give them an answer. And then again, if I'm a PM, it's always a red flag when the CEO is blaming the stock price decline on Fed rates going up, when what drives stock prices 10-year rates, not risk-free rates. Risk-free rates is 3 months. A 10-year rate is actually down since October, and Tesla's down 50%. Nasdaq's flat.
Yeah, that's right. The
So what
Nasdaq
PM's
is
gonna
flat.
PM's
So it's an
gonna-
idiosyncratic
PM's going to
move.
say to me, it's like, what are you talking about,
Yeah.
Gare? You know, it's like interest rates are going down. One, if they were going up, it would affect all tech stocks, not just Tesla, from a duration standpoint. So that's the challenge with him. You know, I know Ross, he said securities 101 to you. I just struggle. I think what a lot of people say to me,
But
and this is
Gary, on that point though, and I saw you make that point earlier about, you know, Tesla massively underperforming the Nasdaq over that period, but isn't using that 6-month period like kind of arbitrary? I mean, the compression in some of these other mega cap tech stocks happened earlier in the year, so it's like, okay, Tesla didn't compress at the same time that they did, but it also held up way better than every other mega cap stock during that period. So it's like maybe it was just Tesla's turn to take that compression. I don't think we can directly tie it to the fact that, like, hey, since October, you know, you're looking at like long bonds and you're making that deduction. But I mean, look at the rest of the market since the beginning of the year. To me, it just feels like this was just a delayed compression.
No, I think
Guys,
it's
we're
both. I think Gary's
we're
right.
missing a very important point.
Go ahead.
Well, Ross, hold on. Let Jay go, and then Gary will go. Let's go one at a time.
I think there's some truth to what you're saying, Stock Talk. I do think that there's some truth to what Gary's saying. You know, the actual stock sales, right, combined with, you know, the rhetoric, combined with confusion around management and spending time on Twitter, combined with, you know, several other data points you've seen, you know, the issues in China, now this rebate that doubled. And, you know, I'm not an expert on the rebate, so thank you, and you know, for you guys for bringing that to my attention. But I think there's several, you know, idiosyncratic reasons why Tesla has underperformed the Nasdaq in the past, you know, 30 days. I think that's undeniable. Now, was it bound to see multiple compression anyway? Perhaps, but, you know, I do think that you can't argue that, you know, the sales that we're seeing, you know, going into the end of the year are very unnatural.
Yeah.
Look, the point I was trying to say, I agree with what you just said, that when you sell over, you know, a year, $40 billion of basically newly issued shares, these aren't from other people, out onto the market. And once again, you have all these other macro factors. You have a weak stock market, and then you've got this Twitter stuff. And then if you really think about it, we were all saying, oh, the Twitter overhang will be lifted once the deal's done. And what happened? A couple weeks later, Twitter runs out of money and he drops 10 billion more of new stock on the market in a weak market when the stock was at 200. He broke the stock. Okay, so you can't put tons of supply of stock out in a weak market in a recessionary environment with higher rates and not expect a major market decline. So I think it's a combination of things, but I think blaming the economy is not right.
I think it's part of it, but it's not the, you know, the factors we talked about are a bigger contributor in the near term.
So I have a question, and this is the other question I wanted to ask him. Is there any data that shows the Tesla brand equity is or is not being impacted by all the drama at Twitter? And again, the quote, this is Elon's quote from 2 days ago, Twitter is like an airplane flying at high speed about to crash and burst into flames. And we all know there's huge brand association between Elon Musk, Twitter, and Tesla. So what he says is going to be noise. It's going to be, you know, the general public who doesn't follow the stock like we do, they just hear about bursting and crashing into flames from Elon Musk. So do we have any data, or do they have any data at Tesla that says the brand is not being impacted by all this noise?
Well, didn't he say that? He said that on the call.
What data does he
have?
I
think time will tell. I don't think anyone really knows.
I mean, he's not going to be able to, obviously, with due respect, he's not going to be able to go through the order book. But he goes, I don't believe this is having any impact. I mean, he made a pretty definitive statement.
I mean, and Gary, how would you quantify brand impact reliably anyway? I mean, that all the metrics that people use to quantify brand impact are pretty unreliable regardless. So even if he did bring you some data, like, would it be convincing? I don't think so.
You could look at when there's,
you
could look at when there's events on Twitter, and do you see orders dry up?
Yeah, if you have real-time order data, I agree.
Orders haven't dried. I mean, look, all he has to do is say orders haven't dried up, and we're not seeing any degradation in our sales in the fourth quarter because of all the noise. Call it whatever you want.
Gary, would any degradation of sales immediately translate to the fact that the brand has been damaged because of his political? No. So as I'm saying, even if we use order data and sales data to make some kind of inference to say, okay, Tesla's brand has been affected by what Elon has done, there's still other factors that are going to impact sales data.
Right, but the
But
problem
you can
is you got
benchmark
the
those other
CEO,
factors, right? You can
and you
benchmark
got this.
versus other companies, but if there's something idiosyncratic, like if I were to say something, demeaning, and I lost, customers overnight, you could see, versus the week or the
But
month.
Jay, let's reduce this to consumer psychology, though, right? Like if you're a consumer, okay, and you were going to buy a Tesla, and then Elon tweeted something that you didn't like, are most consumers drawing that correlation?
No, but it doesn't matter about most consumers. What matters is on the margin. This is a high growth company. 1% growth differential can affect a stock a lot.
Hey Jay, how
On
much did
the
you say
margin,
there
are
was a
some
margin call?
consumers taking the political takes and maybe being,
I mean, the media
swayed?
might be
Yeah,
might
sure,
be part of it, right? The media is taking this out of proportion. But when you have this much negative information about anything, right, out in the public, it's going to affect consumer decision making to some degree. And it's obviously 99 out of 100. Even if 99 out of 100 people don't care, if that one person cares or two people care, it matters.
Omar, what was your question? Oh,
I
Gary,
was just
sorry.
asking. Jay mentioned earlier, how much were the margin calls you said today on Tesla?
I had seen something on Twitter. That's why I asked, because I don't have the data myself. I had seen something someone posted who has a lot of followers and has been right on a few calls about 5 billion in margin calls. I don't have that data. I wanted to see if someone could, where that data is coming from and if they could confirm it.
Wow. Real quick, just because I only have another 2 minutes that I can talk. Really enjoying this. I wanted to just, for those that joined up late into the space, just the two major things that are takeaways from what Elon said on this space is he said under any circumstances he won't be selling any Tesla shares next year. That was the biggest thing on this space. That's really what that's what moved the stock.
Yeah, that was very positive.
And then the other piece was saying that Tesla's board is open to a buyback.
No, I thought that was negative. I think I actually interpreted that as negative.
The way that he said it,
I think it was very negative in the way he said it. He's focused on internal growth.
JJ, the language was the stock price is absurdly low. My vote would be to do a buyback.
No, it was the timing that I think everyone assumed he was going to do something to support the stock price.
Yeah, let's keep going. I definitely do think the thing that
you said we're open to doing a buyback if it isn't 2008.
Right. So it will eventually be a catalyst, but I viewed it as in the short term they're not going to do anything. But your former
I think he's being very prudent. I think he's being prudent.
I agree.
And I don't think he needs to buy stock right away for any reason when he's definitely concerned about a recession. There's no doubt in my mind that the events from 5 years ago scarred him about taking too much financial risk with his companies. That it became obvious in the conversation that he's not taking the types of financial risks he was taking 5 years ago. And in fact, I think he's moved the opposite direction, where now he's being ultra conservative because he wants to never be put in that BK situation again, which is why he over liquidated stock to make sure he had enough money for Twitter. So I think that the buyback is unnecessary at the moment, and I think there'll be an opportunity next year for Tesla to do it, and it'll be just as effective. But I also wanted to thank everybody. I just wanted to thank everybody. I got to jump, but I love this community, and I love Tesla, and this is what makes Tesla great, is all the people on this call that absolutely care about a sustainable future and seeing Tesla successful. So I appreciate everybody's support. I love this group of people, and I wish everybody well.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Ron.
Thanks for your commentary and your insights.
And right at one more time for stock market news, I just want to give one more big shout out for those that don't know. If this was like your first space finding him, you came in here because of Elon. Stock market news literally just sits there all day tweeting news about everything in the stock market. There's a heavy focus, obviously, on the more popular stocks. But if you're looking to keep up with this type of stuff, and I'm sure Elon's going to be back on more of his spaces. I mean, he got 10,000 followers during the space. I recommend you add to that pile if you haven't already. Go ahead and give him a follow. And then the two co-hosts on here are just outstanding co-hosts with Holmars and Stock Talk, just complete wealth of knowledge from both of them. I love doing spaces with them regularly. So you really can't go wrong. If
you learn something every time.
Doing more with Elon. Yeah, you always learn with these guys and the rest of this panel as well.
Hey, can I add to one of the? I agree with all that. Can I add to one of the huge takeaways, which was for next year? He said if there's a kind of a balance between margins or driving volume, he's going to lean on driving volume, which really aligns with the Tesla mission.
That's what it seemed like to me. I mean, this doubling of this credit and the fact that he's focused on demand, and it just seems like my gut instinct is he's focused more on demand than on margin, which as an equity investor is a short-term negative, long-term positive if you're focused on taking market share.
Yeah, investors in Tesla want to see volume. They don't care if the margin's not 30%. They just want to see as high volume growth as you can get, and that's what's going to move the stock. And look, the next data point is January 2nd when they announce fourth quarter volumes, and everybody's going to read into it. And if it misses the 430, which is the number everybody's looking for, which is, I don't know, 42% year-over-year growth, then people are going to say, okay, the brand is being impacted by all the noise. I don't agree with that, but that's what you're going to hear from the media. I guarantee it.
But he made a great point, which is you can actually take the margin a little bit down to drive volume. And then you've still got sort of the software services that are running on the car, the $200 a month full self-driving subscription, or you can roll it into your car loan for $15,000, the insurance, the premium connectivity, all of these different software services that the legacy autos, typically haven't been able to utilize because they didn't really have this car as a computer product. That could sort of, help them maintain pretty reasonable margins, even if they have to cut prices at the base models.
And this is the point too. And that was actually one question that we didn't get to ask him that I would have liked to ask him was his view on the distinction between Tesla being, a car company and a tech company. I know that, me, Gary, and Omar probably agree on this as being generally Tesla bulls, or at least we have been or I have been since 2015. I know Omar's owned it for years, and Gary, you as well. But, being from that perspective, it feels like he made it pretty clear, even in the way he was talking about the energy business, even when I brought up Tesla electricity, like there are verticals here that Tesla has that have not been scaled. They haven't been focused on, and they could add significant amounts of revenue down the road, especially the Megapack business, which I think is being really overlooked. And, even Elon kind of talked about it as having like infinite demand is what he used, the term he used. But, there's a lot of other verticals at play here that I think just even a superficial glance at the business would make you realize that in the long term, this isn't a car business. Yeah. Today, is it? Yeah. 95% of the revenue comes from the car business. I get it. But, I made the same analogy to Apple, right? Like if you combine services revenue and iPhone revenue, that's like 70% of Apple's revenue just there, just those two categories. And it's like, we don't call Apple a phone business. And so I think,
but Apple is a phone business, right?
Well, yeah, but does anyone reduce it to that, right? I don't think so. People refer to it as a devices business or a tech business, right? And because there's other things, other layers of products that you can add over time that distinguish the company. But, I think Elon actually even referred to it as a car business, which today it is. But I'm really optimistic in the very long run about them being able to scale at least one of those verticals. And I think the energy storage Megapack business, utility scale batteries is a sleeper. And that could be a multi-$100 billion business annually that I think people are just dramatically overlooking, in my view.
Yeah, a lot of people in sort of the Twitter community have been talking about the Tesla energy business and the Megapacks and how this could be a really big business that a lot of people aren't looking at. So it was interesting to see Elon make a comment about him seeing, quote unquote, infinite demand in that market.
I think he meant infinite demand because literally every municipality on earth could purchase one. And at a certain point of cost efficiency, it would be worth it. Obviously not today, but at a certain point of cost efficiency, which, if you have any kind of belief in innovation of any kind, whether it's at a stable rate or not, over the next 5 years, they're going to get cheaper. And, once you can make the case to municipalities around the country and around the globe, like, hey, you should have a utility scale battery. It's going to stabilize your grid and it's going to be energy efficient for the entire community. That decision is a pretty straightforward decision. And the fact that they've already proved the concept, again, like it's odd to me that a lot of Wall Street just refuses to do anything but look at this as a car business in a vacuum and to attempt to rate it that way. And I know it hasn't traded that way for the last 3 years, but that's due to a variety of factors. But
that's how Wall Street works, right? You can't put Wall Street on a pedestal. They look at quarters. They don't look at years. That's how it's worked since the 90s or the 80s.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's not true. That's not true, guys. Come on. People look 2, 3, 4 years out. I look 2, 3, 4 years out. I think even within a shop, like our shop, I love the fact that they cut price by 37.50 because it increases the odds that they can hit their volumes. And it shows to me that volume is more important than margin. My partner, Dave, hated the fact that they cut price. So I think most Wall Street takes a longer term view. The quarters are just confirmation that things are on track.
I mean, but how much confidence can you have on a 4-year view?
You don't, but I look, the reason I like the stock is because EV adoption is going from 10% to 60% by 2030, and earnings are going to go from, I don't know, we'll call it, 550 next year to about 20 by 2026. And I can put a pretty high valuation on that, assuming the volumes grow at 40%.
And what assumption would you use on 60% EV adoption by 2030? How is that possible?
Well, we're at 10 today, and it's growing very rapidly. If you look at China and Europe, they're already close to 20%. China's above 20%. In the U.S., once you get the EV credit in place, you're going to see them go up the curve pretty quickly on EV adoption. I believe that. But look, I was just arguing with the point that everybody on Wall Street is quarter to quarter. That is not the case. I'm not. I don't think like that. I think there are people that when they see a quarter and it misses, and that's why the 430 number for the fourth quarter is important. They're going to draw conclusions about, is the brand being impacted by all this Twitter drama? And we don't have a PR department to offset that. You're going to have the media draw that conclusion. I guarantee it. They got to stand up and say, we're not seeing any impact to our brand equity because of what's happening or not happening on Twitter. They need to say that. And then the second thing, the other thing I'd say is, I'm sorry, they need to find a Twitter CEO so that Elon can say, I'm no longer running Twitter. And that's important. And I don't know. Do you guys have a sense of, is it going to take 1 month, 2 months?
I think it's going to take a long time. I think, I was taken aback by the fact that he's still going to be running a department after that poll, regardless of what what CEO is in place.
See, I think the board is putting pressure on him. I don't know any board that would let somebody moonlight as a CEO for, another totally brand new company that you are building from the ground up. You can't count SpaceX or Neuralink or Boeing because Elon built them and he hired the teams. But Twitter it's like you're building it, you're rebuilding it from ground zero. That's a lot more work than SpaceX or Neuralink or Boeing, which he hired those people to run it.
But Gary, he said repeatedly, it's in orders of magnitude less complicated.
But he has to say that. So he might be right, but he almost has to say that.
But maybe
right.
Maybe it's true. Also, I'd just like to say this, Grant. He made. I don't own a Tesla. I'm literally ordering one right now after that conversation, and I will buy the stock tomorrow. So I love the conversation. I love the transparency. Who else is doing that? I did not know the company didn't have any debt. I don't know if that was literal or he's saying they have very little debt.
They have no net debt. They have a net cash position.
Going into this cycle, that makes him the only automotive company on planet Earth with zero debt. Which would be the greatest expense you can have manufacturing cars, particularly in a 7% environment.
Yeah, just to be clear on the debt thing, it's better than just being in a net cash position. They have extremely little debt and $20 billion in cash, so it's not just net cash.
No, that's the definition of
net
cash. They have a little bit of debt and a lot of cash. That's the definition.
Yeah, I'm just making it clear that the debt is extremely low.
Now, what Tesla do I buy? Which one should I buy?
Everyone here is going to have an opinion, so you guys can chime in.
Yeah, you probably want the Model S or the Model X. That's the top of the line. If you want something that's more affordable, then you got the 3 and the Y. The 3 is a sedan, Y is an SUV. And yeah, they're amazing cars. It'll put a smile on your face every day.
Which one gives Tesla the biggest margin? Let's get him in that one right now. No, I'm
probably the S. Kill me on one of them. The S?
Cybertruck.
Yeah, I'm sitting in a Model X right now. It's amazing. I'm installing Grand Theft Auto on the car. It can play video games. It's got like a game console quality GPU.
But definitely, I think the biggest comment, I think the stock started to move around that I'm done selling stock. He did say 2 years, but he also said, like, I'm not going to sell till 2025.
I agree with you.
But but yeah, I think that was definitely the one. And also, it was interesting. I was watching the terminal notifications. They started rolling after that comment, so it wasn't caught up instantly in there. So I wonder if there will be something going after this. But yeah, I'm curious if anyone had any thoughts on the Tesla on the Twitter front. Sorry, of anything Elon said in there. If there was any topics or kind of any points that they thought they were interesting.
No, I mean, I think he made a great point about it not being as complicated as Tesla and SpaceX. And I actually tweeted that exact thing a few weeks ago. Somebody made the suggestion that he was spending more time at Twitter than Tesla. And I was like, even if he is for a week or two, the idea that that'll be a long-term trend is hilarious because Twitter's not rocket science. SpaceX quite literally is. So,
I mean,
you know,
the
that
issue
was the
though
tweet
is
I made.
I
But
100% agree with you. The issue with that is it might be a 6-month project, 1-year project. If you've been on the board of a distressed company, and I have, when a company's in distress and it's burning $3 billion a year, you have to devote an inordinate amount of effort and time and knowledge in hiring people and budgeting and doing weekly and monthly budgets. It's a lot of work. It's a lot more work
But
than you
don't
can
you
think
think
of.
he knows enough good capital managers, Jay? Like
He
with
just
his
laid
level
off
of
like 7,000 people.
no, I know,
And
but you don't think he can bring in a
I'm sure he
couple
can, but it takes a
efficient
lot of
capital
time to bring in
managers?
smart people.
why keep saying nobody would be foolish enough to take this job? Why keep dissuading good people from applying from the job? Why do that? I mean, I would think he'd want to bring in somebody great who wants the job. Why scare people away from it?
I mean, I think he would want whoever would to come in because it's a private company and because he just paid $44 billion for it. Like, I don't think he'd bring in Lex. I'm not suggesting that, but when he had the conversation with Lex publicly, and Lex was like, "Oh, I'll be CEO," he was like, "Yeah, I'd want you to invest your entire life savings." So it's like, I don't know, maybe that'll be his condition to whoever wants to come in as CEO. I have no clue, but my point is that I just don't think he wants to be. Look, there's a lot of things he said, Gary, and you know this, right? That included, along with a lot of other things that he's tweeted, that he knows are bad for the stock price. He's not an idiot, but
Yeah.
he just doesn't care.
No, I
I
actually
mean, we've
like
known
that the
that about
best
him for
about
3
him,
years. He just doesn't care.
that he was very honest about certain things that other CEOs wouldn't have been. And I appreciated that for sure.
I mean, he said that himself. He was like, "Look, I'm not gonna not share my beliefs and be honest just because I know it's going to affect the stock price." He said that word for word when he was up here.
I mean, it's pretty rare to hear a CEO say, "Yeah, with interest rates rising, demand for our product is going to fall." But I thought one other really important thing is that he just reaffirmed his commitment to Tesla. He said, "Look, Tesla's my number one. Twitter's just sort of the situation I have to get into. The perception is that I'm spending all my time on Twitter, but I haven't missed a meeting. This is obviously still something that it's a job I have to do."
Look, I give him a lot of respect. Most CEOs are not going to come on a call like this when the stock's down 50% and everybody's pissed off. So I give him loads of credit for, at least coming on and addressing the big issues. I don't like when he blames things, and no PM likes it when you blame things on the Fed when the rest of NASDAQ is doing just fine. And I know he's talking about the stock price. He's not really talking about the business. But loan rates have not gone up that much since the stock started getting really hammered, which was October. They really haven't gone up much at all. So that's my concern. And look, I believe the Fed is not stupid. I think the Fed is going to see, we're going to get an inflation number tomorrow morning. I believe the Fed's going to see that inflation is coming down. That's why long-term rates have come down. Long-term rates are down from 4% to 3.7 today. It's because inflation has been coming down. And I think the Fed's going to see that. And if growth rates really start to decelerate into next year, the Fed's never going to get to 5% on the federal funds rate. They'll start taking them down.
So, but
The
Gary,
30-year
don't you
rate,
think
Gary,
he
was
would say?
almost at 4.5% in October with the
What's
gilt
that?
scare. It's actually down a lot. It's down 70
I
basis
know.
points.
That's my point. And my point is that when you look at Tesla, going through the end of September, Tesla was beating NASDAQ by 800 basis points, down 25 versus down 33. All of the plunge in the stock price has been since October 1st. And two things happened. China numbers missed, and he bought Twitter. And all the Twitter noise started. And the advertisers left, and we had to screw up with the Twitter blue thing where, Mario was putting his middle finger up at everybody. That's the type of thing that scares advertisers away. And what I want to hear from Elon is he's going to find somebody who can get those advertisers back, because that's what's going to stop the cash bleed.
Hey, Gary, when do you think analysts are going to take? I mean, every hour I look on TV, they're saying, demand, demand, demand. When are they going to take the 430 consensus down?
I don't know.
Seems
I
like a
mean,
game.
Troy's taking his numbers down. Troy's
It
taking his
is
numbers
it
to
is a
4.
game. You bring it down and then you beat it. That's the game. That's the Wall Street game everyone plays.
Well, here's the question. So on the third quarter conference call, Zach said just under 50% deliveries growth year over year, which gives you a number for the fourth quarter of 460, 470. If you're trying to hit 47, is just under, or is it where Wall Street is? Wall Street ignored that, by the way, and said no, we're thinking more from a bottom up. We're more at 430, and I see Troy at 419 or something. So I think everybody is worried that when Elon is blaming the Fed and they raise prices, they cut prices in the last week. They're worried that things must be really bad or they wouldn't be doing that with 1 week left in the quarter. I don't see it that way. I'm just telling you how the market's interpreting it. It's our largest position, so we're honest. We're in it for the long haul. We're not in it for the short haul. And look, there's so many catalysts next year. FSD, launch across the board is a huge catalyst. Cybertruck, a huge catalyst. One of the takeaways I got from him was the $30,000 car is, definitely something they're thinking about and working on. That's a huge catalyst. New gigafactories is a big catalyst. A buyback at some point is a big catalyst. So there's a ton of catalysts for next year, and the stock price is so cheap.
Gary, where do you think the gross margin falls? Every 1% of gross margin is like 800 million to the P&L. What do you think is a sustainable gross margin for the next, let's just say year or two?
I don't know. I've got my margins going up, pretty steadily, like 6, from, I don't know, like, let's call it from 28.5 to 29.5 to 30.5. Yeah, I've got for 22, I've got 28.2, then I've got to go into 28.8 for next year and 29.5 for the next year. But I would much rather him take a couple points off of that and get more volume. That would be better from my standpoint. And the street would like that better. Tesla is still viewed as a growth company, but now people are questioning how quickly the growth is going to be. And that's what you're seeing in the stock price crashing since October. 50% in 3 months is a big decline, guys. I mean, I don't.
Well, there's
own
no
that many
questioning,
stocks.
no questioning there. You're right.
That's a big number. And what people need to feel comfortable with is, one, he's going to step down from Twitter. Whether or not he spends a lot of time there is, the perception is he is spending a lot of time there. So they need to see that. That would help. Two, they've got to restore confidence that the volumes can grow, let's call it 40%. The street's right now looking for 30% over the next few years. And then they got to hit some of their targets for Cybertruck, the $30,000 vehicle, buying more gigafactories. Because if you can't buy more gigafactories, you're never going to get to, even 10 million units by 2030, which is what I have. I have other people that have 20 million units. So they got to do those things. And, a buyback is kind of icing on a cake. I agree with people. It's not going to move it that much. But it's just a big vote of confidence that they're sending to the market saying, look, we think the stock's really cheap and we're putting our money where the mouth is. But I'd much rather them, he said it today, he said, we're spending the money as quickly as we can, which is telling me that if they keep generating cash at the rate of 5 billion a quarter, which is what they're generating, it's all going to go into cash at 3-4%, and that's not good.
Yeah, he has no choice but to reinvest with the growth rates that the street is seeing. He has to be building a couple gigafactories every year, if not more.
But he's saying he can't spend it all.
Yeah.
He's right. I mean, he's been doing that. They could accelerate the gigafactories. What did he say in the call today? 2 or 3?
Yeah, he couldn't give the exact number and the timing, obviously, but
But those are big positive catalysts that if you announce like UK's getting a gigafactory and Mexico's getting a gigafactory and maybe, I don't know, somewhere in Asia outside of China's getting a gigafactory, those would be well received by investors. People on Wall Street want to see reinvestment in the company. It's just they've seen the numbers in the last couple of quarters. It just drops into cash. You're going to see, the cash is going to be 25 billion this quarter from 19 in third quarter. I mean, it's going to be another 5 billion in cash. And people are wondering why is the board not buying back stock? Do they not think it's cheap? I don't know.
I think he's doing the right thing. I think he should focus on reinvesting, and the buyback can be later in 2023. But I think listen, you know a lot more about this business than I do. I'm kind of looking at it as a trader. But from a trading perspective, I tend to think that there's going to be a gross margin inflection over the next couple quarters, probably by mid 2023 lower, and that's going to start to get priced in. But if everyone cares about demand numbers, then, then he's focusing on the right thing then.
And he clear.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think the most important thing is the business survives. Then we can worry about, the buyback and that sort
Well,
of
he
thing.
clearly said that he's going to pivot the volume, and that just aligns with the mission of Tesla and it's his mission. He clearly said he's going to pivot the volume.
the market likes that. The market will respond favorably if they deliver. The problem is we don't know, and again, I'm going to go back to this because I don't know the answer to this. I wish I did. How much has the Tesla brand been impacted by all this noise? I just don't know. And when he says things like, well, it's the Fed, it just scares people. Like, what is he hiding? Because most CEOs are not going to blame it on the Fed. They just aren't. Not when NASDAQ is flat and their stock's down 50%.
Right. Well, most CEOs wouldn't even give an answer, right? They would just talk around it. But
yeah, maybe. So, look, we're sticking with it. We haven't sold a single share, and we believe in the stock. We believe very much in Elon. We just wish he would focus, 24/7 on Tesla and, not put so much time in Twitter. And I can't tell you how much time he's spending on Twitter. It seems like he spends a lot of time on Twitter. Maybe I'm wrong.
You should show us his screen time over the last year. Only way to prove that one.
I was entering this thinking there would be some positive, like some externalities where, the Twitter, he could use Twitter as free marketing at some point, right? Because in leverage the brand, but in the short term, that's almost backfired. And, it's in his power now to turn that back around.
I never got that perspective though. Like when people were like, "Oh, he's going to use Twitter as like an engine to advertise SpaceX and Tesla," like what? He's going to buy it for $44 billion?
No, it's not like he's going to pay for advertising, but he's been getting free advertising from Twitter for years, right? With the following he has, every time he comes out with a new feature, all he has to do is tweet it, and hundreds of millions of people see it, right?
He didn't buy Twitter to somehow manifest that influence into a more controllable mechanism. Like he already had a massive amount of influence. He was already a celebrity CEO before he acquired Twitter. So I really don't think that had anything to do with his intention. I mean, he tweeted the other week, like, I'm going to make sure in the long run, Twitter benefits, Tesla shareholders. But from my perspective, it's like,
but even if it wasn't, right? Everyone who was looking at the acquisition was thinking that, and now it's kind of backfired.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with Tesla. I think he bought Twitter for some other reason. And if there is a data play to be made, which again, I still believe that. I know some people think it's tinfoil hat of me to believe that. I just found his comment last week to be even more a testament to that fact when he's like, yeah, I'll give up CEO, but I'll stay on as head of software and servers. I think there's something he's looking for in the treasure trove. I mean, how long?
He's trying to protect his $44 billion. That's what he's trying to do.
When was Twitter founded?
Yeah.
Does anyone know when Twitter was founded?
It was like 2005, 2006. I could be wrong.
Okay, so whatever. Maybe he's taken that 15 years of data on Twitter and wants to do something with it, or thinks he can use it in some manner for some other software or data application. I don't know. But it seems odd to me that he just bought this purely for the I want to save free speech perspective.
Oh,
I don't
no,
think
definitely not. He wanted to make money. He just got in early in the cycle.
Yeah, but I don't even think it's about necessarily. I don't even think he believes he can turn Twitter into a highly profitable company right away either.
I think he does. I think he thinks within 5 years, he thinks he can basically take Twitter public at a higher valuation. He wouldn't have bought it if he didn't think he could make money on it. It was a diversification play.
I don't think he's looking to make money on it anytime soon. I think he wants to make it sustainable, but I don't think he's trying to turn this into a cash flow machine. I think there's I could be wrong. I mean, we'll find out, right? But I think there's an ulterior motive, and we'll find out what that motive is. But yeah, there's something else at play here. I just don't understand a lot of like the timing, and there was a lot of things to this that just defied logic to me. And I don't consider him to be an idiot. I don't think that he is an idiot. I don't think anyone's going to make the argument that he is an idiot. And so some of the decisions he made around it just didn't make sense to me. And obviously he tried to rationalize them, but again, and this isn't a knock at Elon. I have a lot of confidence, the utmost confidence in Elon as a manager of businesses, as a delegator, as a visionary. Like I can't name a single person on earth that I would rather be a CEO of a company, to be honest. But I just don't know if we know his full plan here. I don't know if we know his next step of his quote unquote master
Well, I
plan.
think he wanted to
Because
create like a
there's
new
something else.
WeChat, and that's how he got Saudi involved and Larry Ellison involved. They all want to make money, right?
Yeah. He just, I think, misjudged the ire of advertisers. And look, he's not from the advertising business. I am, and it's you gotta dine these people and wine them and just kiss up to them. And it's just a whole. He's a
It's
mathematical
completely different.
guy.
I have a
It's just
friend
a
who
whole
runs an
different.
advertising agency. He used to take the head of
Dude,
State Street marketing on NASCAR driving trips in Florida. Like you have to. It's not the same
News.
as an
It's
engineering
news.
business.
And Elon disdains that type world, and he's got to find somebody who can navigate that world and get the advertisers to at least pay the bills until he can get user fees up, monetize the user fees, monetize the e-commerce platform. And so his vision is dead on. What he's doing with Twitter is exactly right, but I don't think he counted on the fact that all these advertisers would drop him so quick. So he's got to find somebody who can bring those advertisers back to pay the bills, in my opinion. And he will. He'll figure that out.
As long as it's not Marissa Myers, I'm okay with whoever he brings in.
People don't like her. They don't like Sheryl Sandberg. People don't like Brett. I don't know who
How
to
could
put
you
in there
hire
though.
Sheryl Sandberg after she misappropriated funds and used Facebook funds to pay for her own wedding and to fund charities? I don't understand how
Well,
people could
that's
do
true.
that.
That's true. That's a bad thing, but we don't know if that's 100% true. I don't know who the right person is. I just think on the criteria list, there has to be somebody who can regain the trust of advertisers, or Elon's going to be paying the bills for a long time. You got to get the advertisers back because it's 92% of the revenues. I mean, that's a cold hard fact that you have to get them back at least for a couple
He said
of
on the
years.
Twitter space a couple nights ago that he has a path to cash flow break even in Twitter next year.
Well, that's true because he cut 60 to 70% of the costs, but I don't know what assumptions he's making about getting the advertising back. I think getting Tim Cook back in is huge. Getting Amazon in is huge because those are bellwethers and people will follow them. And so when you go out to advertisers, it's not just ROI, it's showing the efficacy of the Twitter platform. It's making people feel comfortable. There's not going to be bad product adjacency, meaning you're not going to have Super Mario next to my ad, okay? And it is ROI. You've got to be able to calculate ROI and articulate it to people. And he's got to do those three things. But I just don't see him doing that. That's just not his skill set. He likes software and he likes, product development. And I think if he hired a business person to run Twitter, it would complement him well, as long as he lets that person do their job, which is go out and build revenues and get more user fees and let him work on the product. I think that would be great.
Well, I think the fact that he's not planning sales for a couple of years, I think he's got more confidence.
That's huge
in that business as obviously as well as Tesla. So it's a huge takeaway.
Yeah, that's a huge takeaway. That's why the stock's up, whatever it's up. That's a big thing for him to say that. And I took the share buyback comments as positive. I didn't take it as negative. I think he's just being realistic that if there's a recession, he doesn't want to be buying when the stock is too high. But I believe the Fed is not stupid. I think the Fed's going to see that inflation's coming down, and they're going to pivot, and it's going to be relatively quick. It's not going to be 2 years from now.
I agree.
So I got to jump off, guys. Thanks for everything. Thanks for inviting me up to speak. Appreciate it.
Really appreciate you coming, Gary. I'm definitely a fan of your tweets and was a fan of a lot of your input here. If anyone down below hasn't followed Gary, definitely a fantastic, a really smart person in general, and definitely a great Twitter account to be following. We're lucky to have his insights on here. Appreciate you joining in, Gary.
Okay, thanks everybody. Bye-bye.
And also, I appreciate everyone else joining in before as well. Omar, we had a lot of really smart and fantastic people on the space. Obviously, Elon, big props and appreciation to him coming on the space. So just make sure you're following the people that have said smart things. I will make sure the recording gets up this Twitter space, the second it ends, the recording will be available right there. And I'm working right now to get it clipped up, so it's just that 45 minutes or so, maybe 30, I don't know. I have no idea how long it was, but of when Elon was on here, so we could just hear that. My goal is to get that up before tomorrow's open, but we'll see on that. I'll definitely link to that. But yeah, major appreciation to everyone that came up. And yeah, if anyone has anything they want to say right here, if not, I'm going to throw it over to AJ, who I just brought up.
I actually have a question for Jay. Earlier, he mentioned about the $5 billion in margin calls for Tesla. I think we could all agree the actual margin position is far greater than $5 billion. So I was wondering what you guys think the actual pain point is where a lot of the people on margin are going to get squeezed.
Jay, did you hear that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
Jay, earlier you mentioned the $5 billion in margin on Tesla that was margin call today. I think we could all agree the actual margin position in Tesla is far greater than $5 billion.
Right.
So
It
my
wasn't
question is,
the
at what
entire margin position. It was
right,
that
right.
a certain
So
percentage of that was forced to sell.
right. So my question is, at what price point do you believe is the price where a lot of these people on margin get squeezed?
I think you would have to figure out what their cost basis is. I don't have that information on hand.
The reason I ask is because we all saw it slip below that 150, kind of like butter. It didn't really hold, even though it looked like it was going to be support, right? So I mean, the stock is down like 70% from the peak. So I think we're getting pretty close to the peak point.
You know what? I don't think when people say that type of stuff, I don't think the percentage from peak matters at all. It's just like a random number. I think what will really matter is what people's cost bases are. Like when someone says like, listen, Carvana was down 80% from the peak, I was still short it. It went to 98% from the peak, right? Like I'm not saying this is related at all. I'm just saying like those statistics is 70% down from peak, 50, 40, even 90% down from the peak can still go down 50%. And I think there needs to be some sort of forensic analysis into like, and I don't think anyone has the data except for the brokers, like what the cost basis is to figure out. I don't think anyone has the ability to predict margin calls. That wasn't the purpose of the question. I was just trying to figure out like what the size was potentially over time.
Okay, thanks, Jay.
Sure thing.
Hey, thanks for having me on. My only point was actually to Gary Black. Unfortunate that he left, but the point about Elon Musk trying to dissuade potential CEOs to come on the platform, personally, I think is an on-ramp to more revenues. He's trying to popularize the space enough to bring other people on. So, you know, we already know he's trying to take outside investors for Twitter after he already purchased it. And personally, I was trying to get Gary's thoughts on this, but Elon is just trying to popularize it enough to bring on, on-ramp more money. He's a bright guy, and with Tesla down as much as it is this year, obviously he has to do what he can to batten down the hatches on that front. But as I said, it's unfortunate that Gary wasn't here. Kind of wanted to hear his opinion on that, but thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
AJ, thanks for bringing that up. Just a quick thought. Like when people talk about levels and what they think valuations are, where a stock can go, it doesn't really matter in a bear market. I was talking to a prominent PM today. He was like, this is where I would buy Amazon, in the 60s. And if I talked to you like a year ago and I said, Amazon could potentially touch the 60s, or you could buy Google in the 70s, at a single digit 2-year forward EBITDA multiple, you would have thought I was completely nuts. And the conclusion is that when you guys think about levels, or this will help you in your risk management, things can go a lot lower than you can perceive, even if it's a good company. So keep that in mind when you say like, oh, things have bottomed out. You don't know if things have bottomed out. No one does, right? It really depends on the path of where rates go. And no one really has that information right now. I mean, the way around it is to focus on asset classes that are less affected by equity valuations. But
So I want to stay on the Tesla topic because I know that most of the people that are in here probably came for that topic. So let's stay on Tesla and Twitter for now. And if we really do exhaust it, then we'll move somewhere else. But we have tons of people requested who I imagine have questions about that topic. So let's just stay on that because I know that this obviously Elon is the reason that we had tens of thousands of people in here. So I imagine that people have questions along that basis. Nostra, did you already bring up what you wanted to bring up, bro?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask if next time you guys talk to Elon, if you guys can mention if it's possible for the spaces to switch hosts, because sometimes the host has connection issues and it just runs the room, or if it's possible.
Yeah, I
like,
disconnected
to add
during
the
the
feature.
space. One thing they did add, my phone actually crashed during the space at one point. My Twitter did, and I was able to join back in before the minute when it full on went down, and I reconnected the space and we kept going. So I 100% agree with you, but that was a nice little thing that was used during the space. Right when he said I have to leave the first time, I missed like a question or two after that. But yeah, my phone did disconnect during the space.
Yeah, somebody the other day was telling me, because I haven't used Clubhouse, but they said on Clubhouse, the host could leave and the room could continue
that's
on.
right.
And I think
Yeah,
that's a good
it's
feature.
cool. Twitter should just buy Clubhouses. You could probably buy for pennies today.
I asked him if Twitter Spaces is important, and I was kind of hoping for it's super important, and I didn't get that. He did say it is important, and it's a good part of Twitter, but he wasn't like, it didn't feel the sound-wise as, maybe I have to go back and read
Yeah,
it.
I mean, it's
It didn't sound
harder to
like he was all out.
monetize. Obviously, he thinks it's important because he's chiming into spaces, but it's probably like a third or fourth inning, right?
Yeah, FinTwit I know uses Spaces a lot on a daily basis. But how much bandwidth is Spaces taking up, and how much is it costing compared to the other parts of Twitter? I would assume it's substantial, especially the ones who record the rooms.
Yeah, I would think the incremental ROI, like return to Twitter on a space, is much less than, that if that money or bandwidth were spent on improving, display ads in its short term. But I don't think Elon necessarily thinks, spaces are going to be a cash cow in the next year or two.
And that's what I was thinking of. Somebody else mentioned, because Elon wants to put like long form videos on Twitter, hosting them as opposed to linking them from YouTube. And my thought on that is the bandwidth is going to be crazy and the costs are going to be enormous.
Oh yeah, you need to invest in servers, and you need a better relationship with, maybe he outsources everything, but that's a very expensive project for him to do. But I do think that, video advertising CPMs are much higher. And if he does want to get into that space, having it as a long-term objective is probably a good thing.
Does anybody know, is Twitter on AWS? The Amazon Web Services? Are they the host? Are they the data center for Twitter? Does anybody know?
I think Twitter owns a lot of its servers, and it might have other relationships as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. That's a good question. Let's jump to some other people as well and see if anybody has comments. Olumide, and I'm sorry if I butchered that. Olumide? Okay, well, once you get a chance, you can unmute your mic. AJ, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? No, I already pegged my question.
Okay, perfect. What's up, Jason?
Yeah.
Jason, what's going on? Okay, you gotta unmute your mic, Jason. Wallace Santana, what's going on? Wally Santana?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up? Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, so the comment that I was about to make when Elon was in the space was about the Tesla Electric that started here in Texas. I'm a resident in Texas and I'm a part of the Tesla Electric. And just seeing the potential for that to go globally. So right now we're looking at that in Texas, but just imagining that, for example, California it's a market that is already ready in the position to do that. And then just seeing that kind of like evolving into go globally, that would be something huge.
I could not hear you at all. You were breaking up through that entire question, my friend. I'm sorry. I don't know if your mic is messing up or what's going on. Olumide, if you're there, you can go ahead and ask a question. Okay, I guess not. Ron Basilian, whenever you connect, feel free. Guys, if you're requested to speak and you're like not here anymore or like whatever,
Hi,
I mean, I
can you
guess if you're
guys
not
hear
here
me?
anymore. Yeah, what's up,
Hi.
Ron?
A couple of things. I was listening to the engineering spaces Elon was in a couple of days ago regarding the AWS. I think it sounds like he says they're on AWS, but they want to get off of it onto more on-prem servers because that'll allow them to do more granular engineering. But I'm not sure. I do have it on my Twitter timeline if somebody wants to look at that and look into it. I think the other thing is there's a certain lack of imagination here about what Twitter is capable of. We're really looking at a global identity management platform. This goes beyond just monetizing tweets and going to long form video that can compete with YouTube and stuff like that, but identity management where Twitter really sort of stands up to political and government pressure and gives everybody their basic humanity rights on the internet, where they can do things like not just speak, but conduct financial transactions and things like that. I can't understate the importance and magnitude of that kind of potential for Twitter, especially when you look at starting to integrate it with other things, which is not just Tesla automobiles, but Tesla anything AI. I mean, it's an amazing platform with amazing potential. And I think we're going through some rocky periods right now with the Fed interest rates and, the fact that he bought this right into this whole Fed interest rate thing. But I mean, I think in the end, no matter what you do, 5-10 years, you're going to look back on these times and it's all going to look kind of silly. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Appreciate that. Hassan, what's up? Hassan, what's going on? Okay, a lot of people are requesting to speak, and like, I don't know whether you guys like don't want to talk or you just want to come up on stage. If you're just requesting to speak because you want to be brought up on stage, don't do that. If you have something to say, a question, that's what the requests are for. What's up, Tara?
It's glitched. I'm just letting you know that when I came up, I couldn't hear anything. So I think a
Oh,
lot of people
really?
are coming up on stage and then I couldn't hear you guys speaking. So I had to wait a little bit. It's glitched. So a lot of times when Elon comes into spaces and you have 50,000 people pop in, they get pretty bugged out. So that's probably the issue, is that they're coming up to say something, but then can't hear you calling on them. I don't know if they could maybe hear Evan or any of us.
I also just on that topic, Tara. I know I saw him in your space the other day. I was not able to touch my phone there. I was maybe able to unmute at a couple points, but when we were at the peak of it, I could not scroll anything on my space. I'm surprised it didn't crash at all, but I felt good on this end at least.
Yeah, I was just going to come up and tell you guys how good you did and well done on, keeping the flow of the space and not having people talking over each other. It can get a little bit exciting, and you both just did an incredible job of, keeping the integrity of the space and staying on topic. And I liked it. I liked hearing what he had to say. I think there were some really important points that were made and really valid questions that were asked. But yeah, well done.
100%.
I lost some friendships, Evan, over having Elon on a space and not being able to get people up to speak because it's so bugged out when you have that many people in there. So hopefully you don't have too many angry people with their pitchforks out ready to come at you for not getting your besties on stage. It can be extremely challenging. So everyone just, give these guys some props and some leeway on, that happening. It's not their fault. It's spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even with your audio, Tara, there's an issue.
You're
There too. I think
patching
it's
for
like
me
getting really
too.
quiet.
Yeah, sorry. I
Yeah.
agree. You're patching a little bit, Tara.
Asia, is that how you pronounce it?
Asia. I feel bad every time I correct, but
Us.
yeah, Asya.
Okay.
Hey,
No worries. Okay, how's it going? Do you have a question or
I
comment?
do. Yeah, thank you. So I come from tech. I had a couple startups. So I don't know if we want to touch on Tesla first. So here's my concern. And by the way, Chuck, I agree. I was just 100ing everything you said. I don't know if you saw it. So it's true that he can accelerate demand by lowering price, but I feel like this is kind of too easy. It rings as a deflection. I think that he successfully quelled a lot of what he clearly enjoys. He enjoys Twitter. He enjoys the interaction. I think that it fuels him in a way that Tesla doesn't right now. I mean, you could recognize the shift, I think, just when he's talking about Tesla, versus Twitter. And, of course, that's why he went into it's a many-feathered bird, more complex. As far as there being something else at the helm with why he chose to purchase Twitter and what he plans to do with it, 100% there is. So I'm surprised that this hasn't been written about more, but he did speak about turning Twitter ultimately into Twitter X, which would be the everything platform. So this would include, obviously, a better monetization structure for content creators, telecom, payment processing. I think that he is trying to put all of these things in, but the biggest nut that he has to crack is bringing in advertisers in a way that doesn't look like advertising. That's their biggest. That's their biggest challenge. Advertisers are sick of it. The tired posted ads, and consumers are sick of it. Everyone knows this. So he has to find a way to kind of make a brand immersive experience where it's monetized in the way that expensive advertising is, but it can be done with spaces actually. Tara and I have some ideas about that we're probably going to talk about on a future space. But I think that he really is just on a mission to overcome that. I think that it's fueling him.
I think there needs to be super chats implemented into space calls to where people who cannot speak or are too afraid to come up and speak, pay a fee to have their message across the top of the screen in Twitter Spaces. I think that, copying sort of what YouTube has done and giving people a way to have a voice would be a really great way for Twitter to make a ton of revenue, especially if he's coming into more spaces like this. So many people have so many questions and comments that they would like to add to the conversation.
100%. And so from an engineering perspective, and I'm not a coder, but I worked with engineers. They're my homies. It's achievable to have sort of an opt-in. So, for example, we're on this space. I don't know, what were there, 100,000 people, 200,000 people? You can have milestones. So a brand can pop in or opt in. Let's say it's DocuSign or something that would align with the audience, with the demographic, and they will pay more as the space levels up. And then there's there can be an option for them to pay additionally on the replays. There can be a scrolling opt-in list of different brands that make sense. It's immersive engagement. It's appealing. There's a lane there. I think that's what he's trying to do. I think he needs to hire somebody to do it.
Can you guys hear me better now? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
That is so weird. So I had to turn on my Bluetooth and now you guys are coming out of my ear, like part of my phone. So I can barely hear you guys, but you can hear me better. Sorry, I was getting comments from people saying they could barely hear me. But yeah, I do think that there are a lot of ways that Elon could generate some pretty good revenue using Twitter and ad revenue. I was also in a space last night where $40,000 was donated to people who are vaccine injured. And I just thought that is such a cool idea. Like, why isn't there just a donate button right on Twitter where if there's a cause that you want to support and it's legitimate. They could do it right here in Spaces, almost like, what were those things where you used to be able to like call like at Christmas time or whatever and donate? I don't know. It's like, I feel like
It's a
that was,
telethon.
yeah, something like that. That's what it felt like was happening last night in the space, to show support for this woman who was fired from her job for pointing out, and she had a 6-year job at a lab where she was pointing out basically discrepancies in some of the results they were seeing with vaccines, and she was fired the next day. So it was a crazy story, and the amount of support that she got in that space, and to raise 40,000 right there within an hour, that's just goes to show you the power of these spaces. And then you have people like Mr. Beast who are extremely interested in Twitter, and potentially bringing his content here. He has the most subscribers on YouTube. It would be huge to have him doing things like that. He's a huge philanthropist, and to come and use Spaces and Twitter to do that would just drive such traffic and such an audience to Twitter, and also be a really good PR for Elon, I believe.
Can I just one quick note, different direction? If you're making 6-figure salary, everyone is different. Maybe your expenses are high for kids or whatever. There's a lot of you. You should start thinking about having an emergency fund. So if you are fired, you can survive for a little and then go from whatever. I don't know the circumstance. I don't know whatever. I don't want to get into it because obviously it was, a story and everything going on there. And it was definitely deeper than just someone losing their job. But once you're making a lot of money, especially with recession, where that being the common term right now, safety funds are cool. Safety nets are cool.
Face NATO, what's up?
Hey there, Stock Talk. I had a question for you. Maybe Jay could contribute to this one a little bit too. I sent you a DM. There were some people on Twitter that were talking about the space when Elon was on earlier, and he was talking about how a lot of the stuff that he was saying was securities laws violation, and he can't be coming on Twitter Spaces saying any of this stuff. I don't know if either of you guys can speak to that. I didn't think anything.
No, I don't think it's Stock Talk. You go ahead first.
Well, no, go for it, Jay.
I don't
was
think
asking him what
like
specifically.
CEOs speak at conferences all the time, right? So every year I would attend like the Goldman Sachs Communicopia conference where all the tech companies would come and present. And you would ask questions, and it wasn't even a large public forum, and they would answer those questions to the best of their availability. And they answer questions, and they tend to know what's out in the public domain, what's in the 8Ks, the 10Qs, the 10Ks. And they can, sometimes they'll come out with a question that you're like, okay, were you allowed to say that? But it's buried in some footnote. A lot of what he said on the call around like, he's not going to sell shares. I mean, I think he's allowed to say that about his, there's certain other things he was saying about building a gigafactory. It's already well known that he's building multiple gigafactories a year. So I think there were some things that might have surprised investors on the space that are either in the public domain or our opinion, or our his personal decision. And I don't think he violated any securities laws.
I wonder if he's tactical, because I know recording stuff is very
It's all
important.
recorded
And I
too.
wonder if I wonder if that was a reason, and maybe that's kind of a key to get Elon Musk on your space, it being recorded. So maybe it's something with Twitter or whatever. I'm going to keep this up and make sure, again, like I said, just like the 45-minute clip, Elon will be out there, hopefully before tomorrow's open, but we'll see. Yeah, I
He
wonder if
joined
that was
one that wasn't
tactically.
recorded just
Really?
a couple nights
Okay, fair
ago.
enough. I wonder what he talked about in there. If he's a little more careful, and maybe my tinfoil hat is a little too firmly on right now. But yeah.
I mean,
He
even
wasn't
today,
talking about
like,
Tesla. He was
when
talking
he was
about
on,
Twitter.
when he was
And
on
the Twitter
today, even
code.
I asked him about the
Hey, Jay,
$30,000
the securities
EV.
law is mostly for
No,
non-public
sure. Can you not
information,
hear me?
correct?
Oh, I didn't know if you couldn't hear me because some people are overlapping. But I asked him about the $30,000 EV when he was here earlier. He
Jay?
seemed like hesitant to comment on the product line, and made that comment as well. So I think he was careful with his language. I certainly don't think there was any securities law violations at all. The comment that people made earlier, though, about the last time he sold, he said that he wasn't going to sell anymore, and like now he said it again. It was a lot different last time when he said that. Last time when he said it, that was going into the Twitter deal, and he was selling to accommodate the loan he was taking. The sales this time, like he said, he was like, hey, in case things get rocky next year, which he was very clear, and he has been very clear that his view, right or wrong, is that next year is going to be rocky. He thinks we're going to a deep recession. I don't know if I agree with that outlook macroeconomically. I think we probably see a shallow recession. That's just my view. If he's right or wrong is not the point. The point is that clearly he thinks next year is going to be bad for the economy. He was selling stock to create some dry powder. This isn't a testament to like the lack of faith in a company. And that has been the biggest issue with this narrative around him selling stock, is the idea that like a CEO selling stock on the back of a $44 billion acquisition, a $12 billion margin loan, in the middle of a bear market, and in his view, again, forecasting for stocks to go lower, why wouldn't he be selling? You would be too, if you were in his position and you were the second richest man on earth with the vast majority of your net worth in stock. These people aren't like regular everyday people, and I think from the retail perspective, there's a conflation in that way. Somebody who earns a salary and buys a house and buys goods with that salary doesn't think of money that way. And they don't think of stocks that way either, frankly, right? Because retail people are investing in equities. They're putting money that is supposedly disposable to them to some degree into equities to invest. That's not what Elon is doing. Elon didn't invest in Tesla. Well, at a certain point back in their history, he did, from the founders. But my point is that he's scaled the company. His net worth has come from his ability to scale it into $1 trillion company. People don't build $1 trillion companies every day. There aren't many that have ever existed. And he built $1 trillion company, and it's like, you're mad at him now for selling a couple $1 billion worth of stock. If you include his options, the man still owns 20% of the company.
So on that, people are asking about Regulation FD. Now, Musk literally just spoke in front of 60,000 people. I think a couple 100,000 people were in the space. Reuters promptly rewrote and published what he said. If he had done anything wrong, he would have had to publish an 8K. So, like, guys, don't get your panties in a bunch. I mean, this is not like he didn't like fucking incriminate himself. He's not going to jail. Like, people are taking this way out of context. Like, this was a free public forum.
People are tweeting at me too. They're like, "Oh, he's going to jail after your
dude, like,
space."
this is a
like, "What are
public
you
forum
talking about?"
where hundreds of thousands of people heard what he said, and then media just published within minutes what he said. So, and the market's closed. So I don't understand
This
like
is
what
this
people
is
are
his
getting
way of
worried about.
snubbing the media. This is his way of snubbing the media who have been snubbing him and forcing them to come here for their information. This is exactly what his plan is, and this is what he's been doing by coming to Twitter Spaces to give the latest news or spotlight the latest stuff that's going on. So, and including with Tesla, you notice he's not going to the media and doing interviews there. He's coming here. It drives the media, it drives traffic here to Twitter, which he owns. So it makes sense. It's sort of silly for people to think that he would be breaking any sort of laws on his own platform, talking about his own company. It's bizarre.
Yeah, and
Well,
I mean,
and I
and
agree,
also
but
to that point, there was a comment he made last week where he was like, all the media does is they go to the internet and then they print it out, right? And like that's a funny analogy for the media, and it's not entirely accurate. There is investigative journalism, and I'm not going to reduce that. There are real people doing real work, but that's a very, very
You guys,
small.
but you guys do as
I
well.
mean, even I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, we try to like spread information, but I'm saying there's real investigative reporters who are on the ground around the world that are doing real work, and I don't want to discount those people. My point is that that's a very small percentage of the traditional media, and if this year is a testament to anything, and I think if COVID is a testament to anything, he saw the wheels turning in this industry and realized that call it citizen journalism, call it populist journalism, whatever you want to refer to it as. But this idea of regular people taking control of the source of information is a real trend. And I think he's really trying to magnify it. And you're right. Him showing up on Twitter Spaces like, Tesla stock's down 10% today. It's all over the headlines. Even before this space happened, me and Evan just threw this space up. We were texting. We're like, hey, let's throw Tesla space up. And he jumps in here. Obviously 100,000 people jump in there with him. And the effect of that is like him demonstrating that you don't need traditional mainstream media outlets to disseminate information anymore. You just don't need
Well, it's not only that,
and
like
to the extent, but hold on, let me finish my point. To the extent that that has been the case previously. I get it. But by buying a social media company of this size, taking it private, and at least attempting from his perspective to open it up and reduce the amount of centralized influence outside of his, of course, on the platform. And I'm speaking up from a government and a corporate perspective. That is really a game changer. And if you can, if this company can survive and he can get it to become cash flow positive or at least cash flow neutral in the next year and the coming years, and this company can survive, if those changes go into effect and that trend continues, you will see a massive shift away from traditional journalism, which already you're seeing and you've seen in the last 3 years.
So
I
I
think
agree with
the
that.
biggest testament to that, Stock Talk, is when you did your Twitter Spaces on the Ukraine thing. When the first night that Ukraine was invaded by Russia, I was watching the news. I had CNN on, and I was listening to your Twitter Space and looking at the activity at the same time. It is astounding how much more informative what was going on the Twitter Space was than what the news was broadcasting. And that, to me, is like the biggest testament to the direction that, like you said, journalism is headed. I really do believe the independent kind of journalism and you know the Twitter warriors that are trying to display all the information as much as they can get is such a valid source.
That Ukraine space we hosted is still the biggest English language speaking space ever. And, you know, and when we hosted that, it's, you know, a lot of people were trying to spin it the wrong way. Like, oh, you're war experts now. No, we're just geopolitically interested. Like, I've been studying geopolitics for years. I don't say I'm a geopolitical expert, but we were able to get real experts in on the space, right? And that's the point. Like, we were able to get people that were on the ground in Ukraine on that space. And that's why it was that effective. And that's why, like you said, it felt like it was better information than the media, because the media was just regurgitating the same shit that they were getting from centralized sources. And that's really where it's becoming is mainstream media has become redundant, right? The vast majority of traditional media sources just say the same stuff. They're all basically copy and pasting the stuff in different words. And, you know, making journalism and making the ability to host, disseminate information, the sources of information going to citizen sources rather than, you know, sending it to the New York Times, that is a real change that's happening. And it's happening like more and more every day.
This is a major
I
point.
do definitely think there's value.
Sorry,
I do think there's a lot of value in having those organizations as well. You know, I'm all for, as someone who's doing this, I am all for it. But as someone who's looking at everything, it's all very easy to spread disinformation and other stuff, which is such a hot topic. But I think there's room for both, and I think that's where it should be. So I don't think it's all or nothing. I think it's a spectrum, and both are important.
It's
But,
also
I'm
easy to
almost like
trick the media into spreading disinformation by getting certain things trending. I mean, we've proven
Can I
that
be
in the
honest with you,
stock
though?
market. Remember, Evan, when everyone was saying they were going to buy LMNOP and then that became the news story and people were actually running with it?
I agree with you, but I think it's easier to get, you know, lies spread, you know, on retail and public or whatever. I think it's 100% possible everywhere. It's easier here. Come on.
And just a
it's
last
also
point, because
faster,
we're
dude.
getting some DMs. Like, if Larry Ellison, who owns 43% of Oracle, were to go to, after his stock was down 10%, were to go to a conference and say, you know, this is what has been publicly disclosed. We're obviously going to invest in CapEx. We obviously want the company to grow. And yeah, I'm not selling any of my shares. He wouldn't be breaking Regulation FD and wouldn't have to file an 8-K tomorrow. So just wanted to put it to rest. Like, I don't know what these people are talking about.
Well, I think, you know, obviously they disagree with Elon in general, but I just think it's funny that, you know, they disagree so much and they don't like the direction that he's trying to take things, to the point where it's like they just say these like blatantly wrong statements, like he's committing securities fraud or securities laws violation by coming onto a Twitter space. Like, I mean, it's like how much anti-Elon do you have to be to try and say stuff like that when he's just saying general blanket statements that are like already common knowledge and well known?
I think Stock Talk, going back to the point that you said, I think the biggest powerful thing that Elon sees from this thing is it's almost instant news, instant power. I think that's one thing that goes above everyone's head, is that Twitter is instantaneous and the side effect is instantaneous. This space today is proof of that. He says one thing and the markets move. It's the most powerful news outlet in the world.
100%.
You know, not only that, you don't just have figureheads at the top. Really quick, like, for example, I'm not sure how you say it. Facindo, is that how you say it, Rich? It's clearly, obviously, you have a newer account and you don't have many followers, but here you have a voice. And I think that's another thing that doesn't get pointed out enough, is that Elon is giving voices to people not based on their stature, their follow count, or their blue check mark, on just the general public and his shareholders and the voices and the people who actually matter to him. And I think that's something that more CEOs should do.
I agree. Just for
You're
the record,
absolutely
this
right,
is
and I
Mike
heard
Roper
about,
with
you know, psychologically speaking, like there is definitely been an effect already. Like I've talked to people individually who have said, like, you know, before this new blue check policy, like I would only take someone seriously or really listen to what they had to say if they had a blue check. And now that there's all these people with blue checks, people are giving credence to what people say, regardless of their follower count, just because they're seeing the blue check. And if that's what it takes to make the psychological shift, then all the better. But I agree. I think that there is an attempt here, at least, and we'll see how successful it is in the next few years, of giving more voice to individual people and not relying on these centralized sources to disseminate information. Because, again, this isn't a tinfoil hat thing to say, but there have been real issues, societal issues, as a product of all of our media just being the centralized disseminatory, the only place that has credence for disseminating information. And I think as more and more people get used to getting news this way, as more and more people get used to hearing of things from, you know, independent sources, then over time they'll become accustomed to it, and it won't be as difficult to disconnect. But, you know, I think this is an important thing to at least kickstart, at least to try.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going back to mainstream media, in like people used to say, okay, in the 70s and 80s, right? Like so and so was so much less biased, yada yada. But I mean, in reality, there are only like five speaking heads, like the 70s and 80s and 90s. And whether you're watching Walter Cronkite or whoever you're watching, you know, whether you liked them or not, you were getting a filtered, centralized message. And the beauty of the internet and what's happened with Twitter and the frankly dozens of different, I won't even name them, dozens of social media companies you can use to, you know, to filter and share information. Like the processing of, I mean, started with Dataminer, which was funded by Venrock, which was actually using Twitter's back-end engineering to work with the CIA to point out when, you know, there's an explosion, right? You know, this FBI, CIA had direct feeds into Dataminer, which was essentially working off Twitter, which is no longer allowed. I mean, the speed of information going directly to the first person source, I think, is unprecedented with this platform. And yeah, you're going to have people who have wrong information. You're going to have people who have, you know, you're going to have people that spread their opinion. But, you know, listen, we had literally the focus of our entire discussion was in our space today. And you can't find that on any other platform. So I do think that, you know, I agree with some of the points here that this is the future of dissemination of information. And you as a listener, you know, the onus is on you to have the filter and to have reasonable judgment and to check facts, you know, to confirm, you know, what you think is true or not. But this is definitely the future of information. Like you can learn things a lot faster on this platform that you can learn in traditional media.
Jay, I think you hit a
Can you imagine if
point there
other
with the fake news
CEOs?
stuff,
Oh, sorry.
where it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to say like real quick is that Jay, you hit a key point on that part of the user taking on a bearing of responsibility of what's the truth and what's not the truth. Because you can find a news source. This is the funny thing that they would always say in college. You can always find a source for something. You can say the sky is red and you'll find an internet source that'll back you up. And you can put that in your paper and they'll have to validate it. But I think it's up to the user to a certain degree to spend some time in doing that and not depending so much on someone identifying something as fake. Like look into it. Give yourself like a few seconds to back something up and find the truth for yourself. I think that's very, very important.
Guys, I'm just gonna jump in here and kind of redirect this conversation back to Tesla. Yeah, I understand Twitter's exciting and he's taking it over, but you know, he might be giving it the reins to someone else soon. So we might need to just temper what's going on. Hopefully, they continue with his spirit and his faith. But I'm just, you know, congratulations, Stock Market News, Stock Talk, getting Elon up here, getting him part of the conversation, asking him some great questions. I see Tara up here, Jane, Jay, Nostra, all good people. But, you know, I have to come at this as an investor, right? So I'm just wondering, you know, in the spirit of the new year that's coming around the corner here, and we're actually about to have one of the biggest winter storms here up in Canada, North America, I'm just wondering, what's the headwinds for next year for Elon? What do you think? And if we are entering a long-term recession or depression, what do you expect his game plan to be to weather it out, survive it? If you have any thoughts on that kind of stuff.
I mean, he talked about this briefly. He talked about just basic macroeconomics, and he's going to approach it that way. At least that's what he said, which is to reduce the cost of vehicles, right? Because with auto loans being higher now, the effective cost of a vehicle is more expensive, and so that's what he said his simple approach was. And who knows how effective that'll be? We'll see if they can fill the hole in demand by lowering the cost of vehicles. But that's been his strategy this year, and I think that'll continue to be his strategy. At least that's what he told us today.
Can you
And
imagine stock talking, guys? Can you really quickly, can you imagine if other CEOs actually put themselves out there the way he does? Like, could you actually picture other CEOs of companies stepping up on a platform like this to be questioned by shareholders, concerned shareholders?
They're going to start to follow
Yeah, I
that.
think
not many.
he'll probably
They
start
have
a trend now. He's probably starting a trend. I think we'll see it happen more often now.
I mean, I think
I
we
think
should.
that's the point, is it's a very important trend, and I think more CEOs do need to do this. I think for, the value of their company, shareholders to not get duped by CEOs who they think they can trust and companies that they're investing in. I think this is a huge step in the right direction for investing and just companies and the future of Twitter.
I mean, if you go on Citadel's website, one of the things they say on the website is we have 20,000, C-suite interviews per year. We have access to the top CEOs in the world. In reality, in an efficient market, everyone would be able to, to call up IR and ask a question or have a conversation, with a large cap, IR team. And, this platform could potentially make that possible. You're already seeing CEOs, live stream their earnings calls on YouTube. I think the future is that they are going to have to speak to shareholders in a more open format. The truth of the matter is that hedge funds and mutual funds have better access to management teams to ask poignant and important questions. They have more access than the average retail investor, and that will always be the case, but you want to make it more equal over time, and technology is one medium to do that. And I think it's very interesting that Musk got up and asked those questions. If I were the CEO, would I have the courage to do that? Maybe I wouldn't. So, you have to give people credit where they deserve credit. I don't think there are a lot of CEOs that would jump up in front of 60,000 people and take random questions.
And I really 100%. And I don't think he's had media training either. He seems pretty authentic and off the cuff. I 100%, Tara, I agree with you. I think that other CEOs should follow suit, and I think they will. And the interesting thing is, it's probably going to be on this platform. It's probably going to be on Spaces. And, that's.
I think we need to force their hand.
Jump in here. I'm going to jump in here quickly, guys. I appreciate the Spaces as always. I'm going to kind of throw us into wrap-ups here. Just a couple comments from me here. This was obviously a fantastic, unexpected space. It was really great we were able to hear Elon, and a big appreciation to all my fantastic speakers up here now, who were up here as well before. Stock Talk, Jay, Tyra up here now. Everyone else, I know Omar. My one regret is that we weren't able to get Gary a question in front of Elon. He just left when we were about to go to it, but we will move on from that. Just make sure you're following all of them. They ask such great questions, and I think that and Elon made this such a fantastic space. Obviously, if you want news, if you're interested in stocks, anything like that, make sure you're following me. If you want more spaces with Elon, I guess I'll have to keep doing these. Maybe next time Tesla's a big day, we'll jump on here. But yeah, also I did say earlier, we are going to have the recording out very soon. Once I close up this space, it will be out so everyone can go out and see it. I'm going to cut it up so there's only like the 35, 40 minutes or whatever that Elon was on here, and try and get that out ASAP. But yeah, Stock Talk. I appreciate you coming on this space, really running a lot of it and moderating. Do you have anything you want to throw up there in wrap-ups?
No, it was great to have him. I hope he said at least on the close that he was going to jump on more space with us, so I hope he does. I'd like to ask him some more nuanced and detailed questions. Last time, obviously, we weren't expecting to have him today, but it was a great privilege to have him and have access to that. I definitely have a lot more detailed, nuanced questions about the business that I'd like to ask him. I know Gary as well did. So hopefully we'll get him back here. Maybe one day Tesla will start doing their earnings calls on Twitter Spaces. I think that would be
He
a
said
great
that.
move.
Actually,
He
not.
promised that.
They added that feature, I think, over the weekend with the cash tags where you click them now and you can see the chart. So that's pretty cool. So clearly Elon, likes the idea that this is a hub. I still think Twitter by far versus any other social media is the best place to talk about stocks. The format of the network just fits it better. I still think it's the best place to talk about finance. And so hopefully Elon recognizes that. Maybe he'll throw a little nudge to us direction. But great having him, great questions. And I think we'll probably look to have him again, hopefully.
I held him to that in the first space he joined. I was lucky enough to be up there, and I held him to that, to doing earnings with me on Twitter. So he agreed. At first, he was reluctant and said, I don't know, probably the securities stuff. And then I told him that I've been on other Twitter spaces where CEOs were, mingling with their shareholders right here and hosting their earnings. And he said, okay, yeah, I'll do it. And I think it could be the groundwork for, a big shift and a big change for the future of companies and CEOs and communication across the board. Transparency.
Transparency. And Terry, you handled so
That's great.
great.
Hey guys, we don't want to get into another conversation because we do want Evan to let Evan close this out. So obviously we appreciate all of you guys coming up here. We appreciate the speakers. Make sure for those of you that are in here that you're following Evan, best source of news on Twitter by far. He's tweeting about every kind of news and he's very selective about it as well. So you're going to get the right stuff. Make sure you're following all the speakers also if you enjoyed it. But we will be back. We do Tesla Spaces all the time. So if you guys are interested in Tesla, myself, Evan, Omar, who was up here earlier, Holmar's blog, we do Tesla Spaces like every week. Wolf Financial as well, who was up here. So for those of you guys that are interested in keeping up to date with Tesla, SpaceX, Elon, some of his other companies, I've been a Tesla investor since 2015. A lot of the other people that speak on those spaces have been investors for a long time and have a pretty good understanding of the company and his other companies in his portfolio as well. So make sure if you guys are interested in keeping up with that you're dropping all of us a follow. But appreciate it, guys, and have a great night. Evan, back to you and close it out.
No, I appreciate that. I do want to give Jay a little bit because he was with us the whole time, but I do want to echo that. Omar and Wolf Financial specifically, he was up here on the Cobb account because we couldn't get him up. Specifically, where they are two people that we do a lot of these spaces with. So major shout out to them and a lot of other fantastic people up here. But Jay, I wanted to give you the chance to get any recaps or any final thoughts on
Absolutely.
your
Well,
wrap-ups.
thank you guys for hosting me. I have been following Elon for a long time. I don't own Tesla at the moment, but I thought it was an amazing conversation where you got securities analysis, you got opinion, you got a CEO speaking about his views on two different multi-billion-dollar enterprise value companies. We had really smart investors on here, so I'd love to participate in the future. Um, I appreciate stock talk, bringing up a lot of interesting topics around lithium and the vertically integrated future of the company, stock market news when it comes to the news and the various other speakers on here. I am going to be doing like a brief macro space on Sunday at 6:30 and one tonight around 8 with Rosanna Trades that I didn't realize was very quick. But we're going to be talking about the yen and the Fed and inflation, some of the topics that Elon covered. Have a great night, guys, and thank you for hosting.
Yep, I appreciate that. Once again, thank you everyone for joining in. Make sure you're following the amazing speakers up here. The recording will be live through Twitter Spaces. It's going to have that on my page right after this, but I'm going to cut it up, make sure everything goes up, and maybe get some clips out. So everything in here will be very public. You'll be able to see anything that you miss. And once again, I appreciate everyone joining in. We'll catch you tomorrow. We do these spaces literally all the time, so this is not a one-off. You'll see us again soon. Appreciate everyone. Bye. Now we smile and wait for the delay.
Smile and wave.
So I'd like to
Oh,
hear
that's
more about
okay.
that.
There's more. There was more things that were done, but we won't talk about those on X Spaces. That's for the late night show.
That's the DGen show when all the kiddies
That's
go
the
to bed.
DGen
Yo,
hours.
Todd, don't you
Exactly.
know Jelly's mom is listening? Come on, man.
Oh, hey, Mom. How's it going? No, just sitting here, just made some dinner. My other daughter decided to pass out, so she's listening to Ape Space with me while she's sleeping. So, well, Jonathan, sorry I missed him to say thank you, but thank you for sponsoring the space. This is awesome what he's doing tonight. If you haven't already, invite your friends, your family, your brothers, your in-laws, your pets, your uncles, nieces, nepsons, whatever's your juice tonight. Get them all in here because everyone could use a little cheery joy. And yeah, Brando, appreciate you, bro. Jelly, Jimmy, thank you all for your time.
Let's say 1.10, 0.01% extra fees, because I know there are projects who are asking, for example, 18% fees. That's ridiculous, I know, but our fees are extremely low. And I know, this is beyond the subject. Sorry. Can I go on?
Oh, no, I'm just reacting in real time because nobody can see my face or my body. For no body language, facial language. You know, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, can I go on? Okay. I know that when gas fees are extremely low, that's attractive for people to invest, of course. But when we should raise our gas, I'm talking about the whole Lunar Classic project, not specific about your protocol. If we should raise our gas fees just a little peanuts, I think nobody would have a problem with that. I think they don't even know. Yeah, they would know, but they won't. It doesn't matter for them, I think, if they would pay 1 cent extra, for example. So we could have a little bit more. Let's say as every Lunar Classic holder pays 1 cent. That's a whole lot of money for the community pool. So this is something about the subject, but I like to take this in consideration for everyone. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Madman, any questions?
Yes. Long Burn Army, check your DMs. I don't want to, like speak too far out loud, but as with respect to it, I'd like to kind of pick Duncan's brain on the matter, since I feel it in a way it's related and kind of touched on it in her prior question before the last one. If Duncan, you're not using, a contract yet, and we're working on a trust-based system, and say the 1 year lockup is complete, but the user wants to hold it, for another year or, for like a few more months. How would the withdrawal process be controlled for that individual, such that it's not hijacked by another person and they're pulled out, earlier than they wanted to, or say they had, say they were using it as collateral, and what wasn't affected by the collateral, as far as loan to value was removed, thus increasing their risk along the way. Could you expand on any type of mitigations for that? And I see Mostafa in the in the listener panel. If I could reach out to you regarding a certain individual, lurking about and some of his allegations, I'd be much humbled to hear your thoughts.
Hey, Madman, just a quick note. I did speak with our resident security expert in regards to, I took the screenshot you had sent me the other day, and I had sent it to, our resident ethical hacker, and he said that guy's talking out of his, you know what, he's full of it.
So I'm not crazy. Okay. Cool.
No, he's full of it. So, but in respect to the withdrawal process, I think that you have a connected wallet, and you have the ability. This is a good piece to discuss. You have the ability to, when you have that connected wallet and the user interface, I think you could submit requests for that with communication. For things like Nova Protocol. The other thing I think is, we may, and Duncan, this is a question, there's certain level of anonymity when it comes to the app, but you could have users say, provide an email for that connected wallet for updates and things like that, or the ability to maybe in the fullness of time, you could do like a full profile and so on. But I think the simplest way is that you have a form and you can submit a request with the connected wallet that does some level of verification that that request is accurate.
I'm actually kind of confused on what you're asking me, Madman. Could you clarify? Excuse me, your question again?
Okay, so you said that that the contract's not ready yet. So if the wallet's not signing the contract, I can only think that they're using like a magic transaction or like a message send. And if they're doing a message send, to deposit, how are they withdrawing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And that's exactly why I say it's trust-based right now. Because, so I want to give you some context on how it actually just came about. So back in September when I was basically when I came into the Lunk community, I had kind of just been sidelined because staking got re-enabled, and there was basically the strategy was it's actually just worse than staking. So you were earning 200% on staking, and it was like, why trade at all if staking is the best thing? Now, at this time, I had also gone into the Terra Rebels server to look for developers to help me with a protocol. Now, let's just say I don't have 185 grand for 1 year of dev work. So you kind of have to just make do with what you have. I pitched to an
I hear that, brother. I hear that.
I pitched to an incubator, the New Order DAO incubator. They had like 100 grand ready for one round for a bonds protocol that was inspired by this Lunk plus USTC real-time bond rate. And I had been researching it for a while. So while this was going on, I realized that we were already strapped for devs here. So, and I was like, is anybody paying these people to do anything? And it was kind of like, now we just kind of assume everybody's staking, just like us or whatever. And I was like, where's the money coming from? And this started this whole conversation of where's the money coming from? How are we going to get paid? And my kind of inspiration for Onyx was okay, nobody's doing anything. I'll just do it myself. I'll spin up a validator. I'll get some help on that. I'll get some of the money and then start basically take the 100% commission and then use that to reinvest and just keep enough on reserves to make sure that I can continue facilitating the validator. Now, over time, I realized, wow, all of this money is just coming from the Oracle pool. And, people are sending, and I had set up Nova in addition to the validator. And basically I was trying to brainstorm ways like, how can we still make money without just staking, right? This is all of the topics we've been talking about. So like Nova was one of those ideas because I knew how to do it. And I was like, okay, it's makes less than staking for now. It's a little bit more high risk, but someone's got to just be doing transactions on chain, Like if we want to burn, we have to do transactions on chain. And this is kind of where I'm leading to with regards to your question. Like I set up these things because they were like, I told people, I'm like, look, I'm basically the person doing this. And if this makes you nervous, do not deposit, because I'm already nervous. Not necessarily nervous. It's just like, I want you to understand the risks with this. You're like basically contingent on one person to send back the money. So there's no withdrawal process. Now, this, of course, is like, well, is Duncan going to rug? Well, I'm like, this is exactly why I put everything publicly, because I'm also doxxed publicly. My wallets are public. You can see all of my transactions. I even doxed the personal wallet I use. And you can see the wallet history going all the way back to like March. And it has become increasingly apparent that like the need for a contract is just so high right now. So I only want money basically from people who understand the risk of what I'm doing, which is, again, a trust-based system in a trustless environment. I don't want to do this, but I don't have the dev talent or skills right now to do it, because I would be spending the next 2 years developing this. And by that time, Oracle Pool's gone, right? So I kind of hope that answers your question, like, because I totally get the concerns around it. I'm already concerned about it. And
So I guess if anything, me coming up here and asking about it kind of validates your concerns. Like, oh shit.
Oh yes. No, I've basically been thinking about this for like a month and a half, and ever since I've left TR and gotten help from like Unity, from Natasha, from Venus, like that has been so helpful, because a bunch of stuff just landed on my plate by being associated with TR. Like I put business analyst on my bio and made a post, and I got like basically 1,000 followers overnight. I'm like trying to answer all these messages. I'm trying to like a bunch of people like, I want to put my stuff on chain. What can we do? And it's like, there's just so much. There's so much stuff. And I'm like trying not to let these very sensitive things like Nova, like thankfully I get to manage it daily and like check in anything wrong. But these things need to like quote unquote be independent. So like I 100% hear your concerns, because I'm like thinking about it every day. And that's why Lunkburn is like, can you just send me the white paper so we can help you out? I was like, yes, I'm just trying to like make sure that if I send him something and they develop a contract that's like, every time you put your money in, you lose 20%. Like, what's worse here? Like, do you want to like make a poor contract that loses money, or do you want to risk it with someone who can also lose your money? It's a very bad situation for me to be in, but in light of not having these kind of tools at hand, I am just trying to do my best with what I have.
I hear that. Just needed to ask and get at least a conversation started. See if there was like anything else that I didn't see. Because I would, when I'm working on my stuff, I ran into the same exact crossroads. Like, okay, I either do it like this just to get something quick, to show proof of concept, or I take the longer route and like I lose the opportunity for taking too long as it is. So I totally hear what you're saying. Thank you for that.
Well, Madman, I would suggest, like, my philosophy with this sort of thing is that iterative design is always better than not. And the reason why is because if you go the other route, like you said, number one, you'll lose the opportunity, and number two, everything's always got to be, you always find something else that has to be perfected, and you never get out the door. You know what I mean?
That's basically why they came out with agile development, is because if you try to solve the whole puzzle at once, you'll never get it done. So you just solve little pieces at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you run the risk of over engineering the solution. So this is like kind of why Lungburn probably needs to get up my ass more with this, with regards to the white paper, because better to get something out than nothing at all.
Release early, release often, they say.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly, it's probably not a great analogy, but you watch Elon Musk iterate in real time, like with, like that's the extreme example, right? We're not doing that here. We're taking because after all, it is people's funds, right? But so every piece you have to do has to be 100,000% secure. Having said that, to your point, Duncan, like, I mean, if you try to solve the entire puzzle all at once, we would be, if we wanted every feature set that we want to include, it will be 2025 before we launch anything. You know what I mean? Because we want Bitcoin in there, we want Ethereum, we want, this, that, and the other. And, my encouragement to Duncan is get your MVP out the door, minimum viable product, make sure it's safe, make sure it's secure, make sure that, it has good, that people understand the methodology that you're using for trading, because really the way that he's doing it, he's doxxed, so he can't, like rug. Well, I mean, he could, but then, if he does that,
I'm not that stupid.
yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I'm really not that stupid.
I mean, you'd be able to track the guy down pretty fast. But, I think you've said a couple times, Duncan, that, you could lose money by using, you know what I mean? Like I think we all know that though, right? Like we all know we're in cryptocurrency. We all know that cryptocurrency as a whole has some level of risk, and there's different levels of risk. With our lend and borrow, one lunk will always be worth one lunk, right? So there's less, I'm not comparing it to anything else, but there's, say, less risk in that than, say, some super complicated derivatives trading strategy that, you can do on different, that some day traders use. So certainly, but the reality is we need all of those different things on chain. Like we need, and I don't think your strategy is anything close to, some of the exotic things that you can do. So like I said, I'm excited to get your product out the door. I quite enjoy like I think my USTC loan got paid off early, and I was like, I woke up one morning and I saw the USTC there, and it was like, oh, this is like an early Christmas surprise. So no, but man, I suggest, like you said, iterate, launch, and get feedback, iterate again, launch, more feedback, and just keep improving. And I think you get a much better final product, because then you incorporate user input, right? So I think that's an important piece.
Thank you.
Let's give Mustafa the floor.
Hi, Madman. You wanted to ask me questions about ethical hacking and security. If is it a private questions, you can reach me via DM directly, and I will help you as much as I can. Okay.
Appreciate it. I'll hit your DMs. I don't want to cause any unnecessary, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Longburn Army already, reached out to his resident ethical hacker and, kind of confirmed my non-suspicions. But it's always great to, have other eyes on the matter. So.
Absolutely. Reach me whenever you have time, whenever you have more questions. Okay?
Awesome.
Okay. That's all what I would like to say. Sorry for interrupting the space. So, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, Mustafa, I just realized that I'm unable to message you. I think that's what Saeed was talking about before. So I guess you'll have to send me a message. If anything.
You are not able to message me. I don't know why, but I can.
Yeah, it just says following.
Okay.
Hey, there it
Guys,
goes.
I can try putting you both in a group chat if you like. Because I can message you both.
If you want to see it, yeah, I'm fine with that.
I can head out. I can make the group and head out. That's not an issue.
What I was just going to say, Mustafa, it's wonderful to have a community member like yourself that can, as people are launching applications like ourselves, always to get a second set of eyes from a security perspective on things. If you're ever looking for to do a quick pen test or anything like that, that's always a welcome thing.
I am willing to help the community as much as I can, free of charge completely. So if you need any penetration test or any investigation on your codes for vulnerabilities, reach if you wasn't able to reach me, Venus, I think you can reach her because she is more public than I do. I am hiding in the shadow a little bit, so you can reach Venus. She have a server on Discord, and I am part of that server, so yeah. So you can reach me via Venus.
I think
Yeah, I'll
be
take
on
care
there
of it.
too. I may be on there too, right? Right, Venus?
You are currently on the Onyx one, so you can reach us through Onyx, or you can just reach out to me on any socials, and I can add you to to the groups, whatever groups
No,
you need to be
I
added.
mean, Mustafa, that is so awesome. Like, I mean, those types of assessments are super important. And I really think that it's a great thing to have done, right? Because developers are happy to fix vulnerabilities when they're found, and like we did an assessment on it, but I'd like to do more, as we release more apps. So we'll be reaching out to you for sure.
You are most welcome.
All right, I see Monkey down here at the bottom of the pack. Go ahead, Monkey.
Hey, this question is for Duncan. Do you have the website for your STC information by any chance?
What information on USTC?
The one you talk about getting the staking. I mean, not the staking, but get the interest rate and stuff like that.
No, we don't have an official site just yet because I've been talking with some of my team about getting a website up that will capture all of the what we're trying to do, and then we have to buy the domain name. Again, this for people who also don't know, I basically have not really made any money this year because I put it all back in. But for the Nova stuff, no, Lungburn Army's been on my ass about, for good reason, on getting a white paper out and just the web page stuff. So I'm gonna try and do that tonight because I have to leave super early in the morning. And you know, I need to just get that up. So
I hope I do it in a nice way though, Duncan, right? Like it's the
you
you know
could
project. I'm a
honest.
project manager, right? PMP. That's my like my training is to ask just nicely and so on, and you know, like that's always been the approach.
Well, you could honestly be less Canadian, less PMP, and more PIMP, and give me the backhand, dude.
Okay, well there we go, man. I just don't, you know, I just don't want to. I just don't.
Hey, you cut out.
Oh, great! Did I wreck the space?
It was too funny for you. It was just too funny.
Ducky, I appreciate it. Hey, Ivan, I can't DM you, but we're not friends. So I tried to DM Unity, but they won't allow me.
For me, you should be able to DM me.
No, he said Unity. Who? What? I didn't see who. Oh, Monkey. All right, I got you.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, you know, with that, if you add me early on, you know, when you don't have a lot of followers, you know, I don't have a lot of time. I, you know, get like 100, 200 follows a day. So, to go in and research through the profile and everything, it takes a lot of time. So what I do is I click. If you have a decent amount of followers, I'll scroll through. So you're probably caught me early on, you know, when you just started your profile and stuff. So, anyway, no worries. You'll be able to inbox me. If you, want to, or you have something directed towards the team, you can go to unitydevelopment.team, and that's our website, and then you can contact all of us. Anything, you know, when you go to contact us inside of the website, then you'll be able to, it'll send a message to everyone on the team.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem at all. So does anyone have any questions, any follow-ups, any concerns? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and let these guys off the line, let them get back to
I need to
bed.
sleep.
What is it?
Just get a little sleep, just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit ain't too bad, is it? So, if anybody's got any follow-up questions for Duncan, Team Unity, anybody up here, you know, go ahead, raise your hand. We'll get you up. If not, we will go ahead and we will say farewell. Happy holidays, because we're not coming back until after Christmas. So, you know, if you got any questions, go ahead and get yourself up. I just brought Sam up. I think Sam might have a question.
As Demon's been asking lately, when Lambo?
I think it's tomorrow.
No,
I'll have to
Christmas is
check
in
the
2
calendar.
days, dude. I gotta wake up and see my Lambo in my driveway with a big old bow.
When
And
he's
then I
unleashed.
turn around and there's a camera there, and they're like, "Merry Christmas."
Oh, I thought you were saying there was a camera there, like they were like, caught you trying to get into my Lambo.
I'm a humble man. I drive a Honda.
I even said, you know, when all of this takes off, man, I'm gonna be the guy in like a Toyota Corolla that's backfiring as I'm rolling down the road. But anyways, all right, guys, I really appreciate everybody coming out. You know, everybody being here. Where did Lunkburn Army go?
I
Probably
think
to
he
bed.
rugged, and I think Lunkbay just rugged.
Probably went to
And
bed.
I just want to say thanks, Duncan, for coming. Thanks, Venus. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Anyone has any questions and stuff, you can all reach out to us. The email is on the website. And I'm looking forward to 2023 and Nova, man. Really am.
I will. First off, thanks for having me on. It was, you know, it's nice being able to speak out loud. It's better to explain it that way than through my discombobulated tweets. And I will try and get a white paper and some info to Lunkburn tonight before I leave tomorrow.
That's good, man. We appreciate it, and thanks for the link as well. I will point people to there because they, you know, they know we're involved. They ask quite a lot of, and I don't want to give any misinformation out. You know, the technicalities and stuff like that. So I leave that always up to you.
I appreciate it. I will try and get something basic out the door.
Pinky.
Sorry. Thanks, Brain. So I've got the baseline strategy down because I've basically been testing a bunch of different ones to see what is like what will work. So this one will just because I have to keep changing it. But I'll send something over tonight.
That'd be good, man. Thank you. And I just want to thank all of our delegates. You guys are amazing for helping us out, and we hope that we're making things happen as you hoped with this protocol and Nova and then Anchor, and making the world a little bit brighter for the Link community and USDC, hopefully, one step at a time.
A little bit at a time, that's for sure. You know, we're working up there. We're getting there. You know, a lot of bright minds put together, make a really good outcome. And, you know, everybody's working really, really hard. You know, I know not everybody gets to see it, but man, there are so many of us out there busting our butts. So, you know, hopefully we're here soon. Real quick before we get off of here, Duncan, do you think I could interest you in purchasing any wrapped Luna? I got some for sale. I just wanted to ask.
I actually just purchased some last night because someone made aware to me they received some repayment and they're like, dude, you're still holding Ren. So for people who don't know what Ren is, I'm actually like very intrigued by that tech. They run a dark pool protocol, but they were like funded by Alameda. So I liquidated it and then bought some wrapped Luna last night. It's over on Ethereum Uniswap. And that is an interesting gift if you guys want to unwrap it. So if you guys like you know, let's say
I know very little about it, but I think unwrapping it, the issue is this prefix issue because it's classified still as Luna within the pool, whereas that's all turned into Lunk. So I think it's the prefix that's holding all these things up.
I did not know it was the prefix. I thought it was the string because that's what I've been talking about with people from the Wrap Luna side. They're like, the strings don't match, but if you go far enough down, there is a point where it matches. So if you guys like rats, you guys will like rabbits even more. If you guys are interested in that, it's actually quite intriguing. And I encourage you to ask me about it on the timeline. So just be like, Duncan, what's W Luna? and we'll get a conversation going.
That's great, because there's lots of people who have funds like stuck in there and they're looking for solutions as well, you know?
Yeah, especially people who had it on Coinbase, man.
Like my friend over here to my right.
Enos?
Sam, I might have a slight concern because you're the last person to the right. Do we need to get you evaluated?
It just depends on your perspective.
That is true.
I have friends over here, but not over there.
And I did want to say something. I was on the phone with someone the other night about Wrapped Luna, and basically there's a lot of really interesting issues with that. You know, there's like, if we're talking about legality, there's a very sort of clear cut sort of thing, but it goes into this talk about like, is the smart contract law, you know, and I think that is super interesting. And they also asked me, like, is there any way I can get Wrapped Luna to Luna Classic? And the short answer is, like, based on the conversations, no. Again, this is the whole like discussion we've been having, but we do want to provide options for people on the Wrapped Luna side to convert to Luna Classic. PFC and Cosmos Capybara, I have to double check this, but they should have set up a gravity bridge relayer, which would be, you could just convert to like directly. Otherwise, I'll be posting tonight about one way you can run a trade route that would be converting. You'll take a fat haircut. You'll basically be sending it through like 4 different protocols, but that'll get it on chain if you want to convert. You don't have to.
And that's why we want to give this man a few hours extra a day to do these things, get these researches done, and get you guys the information, because he goes in deep in those rabbit holes. I get a bit claustrophobic, but he likes to go in deep in those rabbit holes.
Yeah, maybe you should be the one I ask my questions. This delta neutral shorting strategy, you know, with osmosis, it's making my mouth water.
Dude, it is insane. Like, okay, so just to give you some clarity on that, I didn't even realize this was like a functionality until like I was doing it basically. It unfortunately was on Luna. My friend and I, we mutually agreed that we should put the money back in, which I'm really glad he did, because now I'm here. But it's kind of weird because you're basically like taking people's money from the liquidity pool on a closed market, and you're shorting the asset. And I think that's like that is the most permissionless shorting you can get, I think, right now. But I'm also fairly certain this is what FTX also figured out, because what happened after a certain point, they closed trading. It was like on the tax too. Like the tax happened, they closed the UST Luna markets, and then, you know, for months they were even trading at like a reported price that was 4 to 8 times higher. And it was like, oh, I wonder if like maybe they made a bunch of money on the kimchi arbitrage, because you have this sort of impacted market because it's permissioned, more or less. You close your gates, let's say, and then you kind of control the supply within those gates. So I think Cosmos is really interesting in that, like, we're trying to expand and have people sort of choose their own path, but like not be limited to like, oh, Osmosis closed the IBC and the only way to get out is to go back through the Osmosis token. Go ahead, Anne.
Just before, Anne, just one thing, please. Hold on 1 second. Texas Ball has just sent me a DM saying that he's actually made some videos on YouTube. He's waiting for some edit help for basically transferring W Luna to exchange from exchanges to MetaMask, etc. through bridges. So that's going to be coming up. That's going to be cool. Sorry, Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just got a question from someone who asked me, is it safe for me to hold my Luna Classic on MetaMask? And I answered yes, but maybe I answered it wrong. Now I heard this. So can you explain me a little bit what exactly, where is the Luna wrapped in cotton or in whatever? Because I don't really understand. I understand it a little bit, but not enough.
So, and Luna Classic is a Ethereum-based product, and I am 100% for certain if I get any of this wrong, Duncan will, swing a digital bat over, smack me in my head, and go ahead and lay me down. So, Wrap Luna is an Ethereum-based product. And the reason that it is even in existence, it was to trace Terra, which was what it was back then. So before they pulled it off of Coinbase, it was Terra. So all it did was trace. From what I know, from what I've been told, and it's been beaten into my soul, I know it, is that there was no smart contract on it. So I'm kind of at the point, I have a few coins left that ain't worth crappity crap. But I think I'm going to go ahead and flip them. I might wait a week or two to see what Coinbase is going to do. As far as MetaMask goes, the coins are safe. There's no issues there. I'd give it like a week. No more than Duncan, what's the timeline on that?
On which one? The Wrap Luna?
Yeah, on the bridge.
Oh yeah, that's January 31st. So if they're sunsetting the shuttle. Let me find the post, and then I'll post it. Basically, the shuttle is a way to, how do I say it? Kind
31 January.
Yeah. Let me get the post. Here we go. I want to send it up here in the marquee.
But basically, at the end of the day, with that, Duncan, that's pretty much the the last resort for converting that coin, correct?
Yeah. So okay. So this is where it's interesting. I can get into the nitty gritty technical stuff, but basically, from a contractual perspective, Wrap Luna equals Luna. So it should, in contractual terms, be unwrapping to Luna. Problem is that you cannot do that right now. It actually unwraps to Luna Classic. So if you don't shuttle back and unwrap your Wrap Luna to Luna Classic, as basically the contract happens right now, then you're just going to be stuck, from what I understand, in there, unless TFL, Coinbase, and everyone else provides a solution for you to sort of come back out, pick you up on their little feather, right? Which is kind of what I think they're going to go for, but I'm not sure again. Again, I'm still learning a lot of this stuff. And there's a few other things that I feel like I need to touch on, but that's the general thing. So like, if you don't want to be like, because gosh, where do I even start with this, Ivan? Again, claustrophobic rabbit holes. There's a very sort of, if you think about how Coinbase deals with securities, okay? When you sell Wrapped Luna, you're selling Wrapped Luna. Now, when they made the new chain, our chain that we're using, Luna Classic, was, you can just change the name to Lunk. But Wrapped Luna cannot change. It's not an upgradable contract. So they either have to make a new contract, which probably they're not going to do, or they're going to, there's lots of different solutions. But this topic is important because we had a protocol called Mirror, which sold, it was basically the same thing. You'd buy Mirror Bitcoin MBTC, but you weren't actually holding Bitcoin. You were just buying like a quote unquote a mirrored version of Bitcoin. Now you can buy Mirror Bitcoin on like TerraSwap for, I don't know, 70 USTC, which is like $1. So like if I buy Mirror Bitcoin for $1, should I be able to redeem it for, $16,000, the price of Bitcoin? And same question for Wrap Luna and Luna. If I unwrap it, should I unwrap it to like 1/1000th of a cent, which is like the price of Lunk right now? Or should I be able to unwrap it to the price of Luna, which is like $1.25 last I checked? So this gets kind of messy when you start thinking about, well, Coinbase is compliant with the SEC, the US government. Did they sell a security? Like if I went to my brokerage and I bought GSM, which is a silicon mining company, and that stock's like a little under $4 right now, and then I just changed that ticker to $GS, then I now own Goldman Sachs stock. That's like $300. Wow, I just made $296 by changing the letter of the ticker. And that is a problematic thing for basically the SEC. They're like, well, if people can just change the name, like we are so fucked, like from a financial perspective. Now, I think TFL knows this, so I think it's like we don't want exchanges to go under, right? We don't want Binance to go under. We don't want Coinbase to go under, especially like because Wrapped Luna, they own a bunch of it. So if they go under, we like basically retail trust is gone. If Binance goes under, retail trust is gone. And at that point, you may as well kiss our whole moonshot Lunk goodbye, right? And I've always said, like, since May, like, how we treat the crash of Terra is extremely important because it was like so retail focused. Ethereum is not retail focused. It's like very confusing. That's why Coinbase is like, here, we'll do that for you. Sorry, go ahead, Ivan. I'll just be ranting forever.
Ivan.
I just got a connection issue from Ivan.
Uh-oh. He is a rug pull. Let me tell you, when it comes to spaces, he loves it. It's his favorite way to end the space, Ivan. It's like surprise.
Do we want to squeeze in Gen X here before he rugs us?
It's better than mine. My phone died right when I was talking to Duncan. I was literally in the middle of sentence, and then for these spaces that last a little while like that, I think I'm going to get one of those battery packs that can go on your phone, so that if you're out and about.
Go ahead, Gen X.
Yes, hi everyone. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to listen to everything. I just want to ask a question about Anchor Fork. Have we discussed to see if we're gonna keep the current reuse the current Anchor token for the new fork?
Yes, we talked about that early on in the space. I'm pitching a few ideas to Unity right now. What I kind of want to repurpose it for is insurance. So, you could lock up just the Anchor
more casual to talk when markets are closed, although crypto markets, as we know, are never closed. If anybody wants to come up and ask questions, don't hesitate to click on that bottom left mic request button. As usual, if I bring you up, please check your DMs, follow me, and we'll coordinate on the questions when the time is right. I will have this as an edited podcast on all your favorite platforms under that Lead Lag Live brand name, Spotify, Apple, so on and so forth. Please do me a favor if you can, because I spend quite a bit of time and effort doing these conversations. At least rate, hopefully honestly, with 5 stars, Lead Lag Live on those various platforms. People seem to be of the impression that I'm making some kind of killing with the sheer amount of content that I put out there. I can tell you that is unequivocally factually not true. So my business is my funds, to be very clear, which hopefully have seen a turning point here. With all that said, my name is Michael Guyette, publisher of the Lead Lag Report, as well as portfolio manager of the ATAC fund family at Tidal Financial Group. Joining me for the hour is the man known as Brandon, Green Candle Investments. He runs a number of great spaces himself. But I don't know very much about Brandon other than the fact that he likes candles. So with that said, Brandon, introduce yourself. Who are you? How'd you get interested, involved in markets? Why crypto/Bitcoin? I know there's a distinction between the two in particular. And then we'll get to the music conversation here.
Yeah, for sure. So thanks for having me on. Yeah, so as you alluded to, I host a few different spaces, one on Tuesday night that's generally around macro and real estate and stocks and sometimes like oil and other commodity markets. And then I host another one on Fridays at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time that's strictly on Bitcoin and everything that's going on in that world. Yeah, and I have a couple podcasts and other things like that too, so I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later. But a little bit of my background, I'm an engineer and data analyst by trade. I just kind of started to get involved into financial markets when I was in graduate school, just trying to figure out a little bit about, how I'm going to actually start to use my money when I start to make it. And then, I just started kind of self-educating myself and listening to podcasts and various people, and then various platforms like Twitter Spaces and other things like that started to open up. So I just kind of started those open discussions that way. And yeah, so I just kind of started to get interested in everything that was evolved around money. So that rabbit hole kind of led me into various stock market investing. I have a real estate property as well. And then, of course it led me into Bitcoin too. And I like how you already said Bitcoin and not crypto, and that there's that clear distinction. I know you had Greg Foss on a little bit earlier, so I listened to that space and it was great. So if, I definitely recommend people going back to listening to that one. But, yeah, so I got down that rabbit hole. I kind of learned on everything that's kind of going on in the money, with the Federal Reserve. And that just kind of sent me down this whole, learning about macroeconomics and a lot of things that I didn't necessarily get in schooling. And yeah, just kind of trying to navigate these treacherous waters here as we have a lot going on, to say the least. So yeah, a little bit about my background, and then yeah, like you said, Spaces host, and then Macro Insights podcast, where I talk to a lot of great guests about various topics, whether it's CFAs, real estate investors, that kind of stuff. So I have a unique perspective on, I guess, all the different kinds of markets and how everything is kind of touched on the macro level. And then yeah, I have another podcast called The State of Bitcoin, where I talk to a lot of people developing and a lot of cool stuff going on in the Bitcoin space. So I touch a lot of various different things, but all kind of revolving around the financial markets. And that's one thing that has kind of come to interest me.
You talked about during the self-education process that you were listening to other podcasts, which is something that a lot of people do. I wonder though if you think that when somebody's first learning about how to invest, that they probably shouldn't be listening to others. And the reason I say that is, with all the scandals that have gone on this year, the SEC finally getting this guy Zach Morris or whatever it was on Twitter. That guy and his colleagues were interviewed on a number of podcasts. And those that were interviewing him and them clearly were not aware of the kind of fraud that they were doing to their own followers. Talk about, from a self-education perspective, How do you try to avoid the wrong types of miseducation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. So when I was kind of going through my self-education process, it was around the 2016, 17 area time. So there was a lot less podcasts and a lot less, I guess, financial Twitter, Bitcoin Twitter, all those kind of things. I feel like I've kind of blown up the past couple years with COVID and everything like that. But I think, the biggest thing that I say to people when they're kind of self-educating is, go through multiple different sources. Don't listen to one specific person because you could definitely get caught into a lot of those, crypto or other kind of schemes, little pump and dumps. And generally speaking, when things are too good to be true, they are too good to be true, unfortunately, because there is a lot of fraud and a lot of scams kind of going on these days, and it does worry me too because I feel like in this COVID time in the past couple years, there's been a lot of people that have gotten interested, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's investing in the stock market or other things. And essentially, for a little bit of time there, you could essentially just throw money at anything and it was going to go up. But now, obviously we're seeing some pain in the markets and other things like that. So, I hope that a lot of these fraudulent schemes and other things don't scare people away, but they just keep using this time to kind of keep educating, read books. There's a lot of influencers that'll reference you to a lot of these old books that a lot of the principles just go back and if they're talking about things like Rich Dad Poor Dad, the value investing principles that Ben Graham teaches, and everything from Warren Buffett and things like that. Just learning, going back to the basics, and then kind of educating yourself a little bit further from there, and making sure you get it from multiple sources and don't just kind of latch onto one, maybe influencer's opinion, because yeah, like you said, there is a lot of fraud unfortunately going on right now, and it's not just in the crypto market. It's kind of prevalent everywhere. Although we do have this big FTX scandal going on, there is that one seems to get a little bit more headlines, probably just because of the sheer dollar amount that's going on in that. But yeah, I would say just find multiple people, find people like yourself and other people that are kind of in the business and have been doing it for a while. And yeah, don't really and question everything that you hear. If you're listening to something, like I said, and it sounds too good to be true, it most likely is. So
yeah, I mean, what I'm blown away by, honestly, is that. So I saw this clip of it was either Zach Morris or one of his guys, where in the clip he was basically saying that he didn't have a single down day since like April of 2020. It was some kind of outlandish claim, and the host didn't even push back. It was like, "Oh, how did you do it?" And meanwhile, it's like the moment I heard that, I'm like, "That's obviously complete bullshit." I mean, anybody that's spent any time investing or in markets should know that that's literally an impossibility. Some of these scams seem really, really obvious. Like, it doesn't necessarily require a lot of investigation or thinking, yet people seemingly still fall for them. I'm just curious your thoughts. I think you're younger than I am. Why is it that things that look pretty clear are not easily seen or causing people to be skeptical? Because I just can't quite understand and get my mind around why some of these scams last as long as they did.
Well, I think we're in a time now where the age of influence is, drastic and wide reaching, and that doesn't really cost too much. But in the case of like FTX, for example, right? I mean, if you really peel back the curtain and kind of look at what all was going on behind the scenes, I guess, and with the FTX token and all that kind of fraudulent activity that was going on with that. To the average person, they don't really do too much investigation with that, but they see things like FTX sponsoring the Miami Heat arena in the NBA, FTX, their logo kind of everywhere, Tom Brady even getting behind it. So I think the massive amount of, marketing dollars and just kind of, maybe unfortunately kind of pure ignorance of people just kind of first getting into the investing world and not really seeing too many of these scams, right? I mean, I think a lot of these people that are falling for it, this is kind of their first go around. They're maybe graduated, college sometime in the past decade or so, and they didn't really have to invest in any other market where they saw drastic downturns or other, fraudulent activity. And, they kind of just believe the notion like, hey, this is something that'll make me generational wealth, or they fall into these buzzwords and these traps of, hey, I need to make a lot more money because, I need to be able to retire one day, and all these other things. So they just kind of fall for that trap. And, I think there's another sort of underlying issue in all of this is that, at the end of the day, a lot of people need to work a 9 to 5 job that's not necessarily in the financial world, but they do that and then they come home, or they do this on the side where they have to figure out how to invest. They have to figure out how to kind of save their money and do other things, because just putting it in a savings account, even if it's high yield, maybe the rates now are at 2% or something like that, but you see the CPI numbers at 7 plus in the past few months. You're just thinking you're losing money having that money sitting in a savings account. And so as people kind of learn that, they're just kind of learning on the go and scrambling, and not really doing too much research on it, I feel. And unfortunately, that has led to a lot of people just kind of finding stuff that sounds too good to be true, because they just believe that, they need to invest their money to make a living and do all these things. So, the risk tolerance of, a lot of young investors has become super high. And because it's become super high, I think they've kind of fallen for some of these traps, and some of these scams. And, I think that's simply a lot because of education and, just the fact that they need to, invest their money on the side while also working a 9 to 5 job, maybe, having a social life and doing some other things too. So they're not giving it their full attention.
How much does age factor into this? I mean, I got to assume it's a lot of the people that unfortunately were kind of prey to these scams were probably on the younger side, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think I think age definitely plays a little bit of a factor, because I would say, the older generations are probably a little bit more wary. And I think a lot of these newer scams kind of came along in the tech boom that we've had going on. And the younger generation, some of them probably want to believe that they understand technology maybe a little bit better than they do. But I think that's kind of it as well, is that, it's a lot of just nuance and a lot of new, technology that's popping up. The blockchain was kind of a big buzzword, Web3, like all these kind of buzzwords had a lot of venture capital money thrown behind it. And, a lot of these, people didn't really question, I guess, the products or some of these other things that were going on, and they kind of just jumped on board. So you see a lot of, wealthy people just throwing money at, some of these projects, FTX, just tossing marketing dollars all the way around, and nobody really questioning where that money's coming from, just assuming that it's, a big booming industry and they're, raising a lot of funds. So, I think it could be that. And, definitely, I think just age plays somewhat of a factor, because the risk tolerance of younger individuals is probably a little bit higher than older. And, that they believe that they understand technology a little bit better. And I think the older generation's a little bit more wary when it comes to some of these new technologies and new trends.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that it became almost sort of almost like a generational warfare online, right? I mean, okay, boomer and all this kind of stuff would be, kind of the retort by anybody that tried to just criticize even a little bit or poke holes a little bit at certain of these, what are now clear with hindsight, scams. Do you think that, I hate to say it this way because it sounds bad, but I don't know any other way to say it. Do you think that people have learned their lesson after all this, or do you suspect that there's still more pain that needs to be felt to get people to be almost permanently skeptical of anything they invest in?
Yeah, so I would say I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, so I've never really believed in any kind of alternative currency or cryptocurrency or shitcoin or whatever you want to call them, on this. But I think that there's still the barrier to entry in a lot of these projects is so low. Like, right, you just need to kind of be able to code, and you can create your own token. I think that there's always going to be some room for somebody to make some of these tokens. I don't think that there's the end of the alternative cryptos and some of these scams. I'm sure we'll see some more in the future, whether it comes out, in the next couple of years or whatnot. But I think people are going to be a little bit more wary with this one, and a little bit more wary with everything in the future. But I definitely think that there's still some pain to be felt with this market, and I don't think it's really over. I mean, I think we're seeing like a lot of these crypto companies kind of hurt. I mean, we're seeing Binance, some issues are kind of going on with that company as well. A lot of these exchanges that have not really had to go through any kind of regulation or anything like that, don't really have to have any of these so-called reserves or anything like that. So when these these customers are just kind of making a bum rush, pulling their crypto and whatnot off these exchanges, a lot of these companies are just losing billions within a matter of days. And I think, at the end of the day, a lot of these companies, no matter what, if that happened to an Apple or something else, that company would probably not be doing well as it is. But I think it's just such a young industry, and people are always going to try to find the next, I don't know, crypto or whatever that runs up. And I think that's people are still going to be looking for that thrill, whether it's a GME kind of situation in the stock market where they're buying into some failing company that thinks it's going to run up, or it's some sort of alternative crypto. I think there's been a lot of pain in this market. A lot of people have lost a lot of money on all these exchanges that halted withdrawals, but I don't think it's over just yet, unfortunately. I think that there's still going to have to be some blood in the market. I think, people are still kind of playing with fire a little bit, leaving, crypto and Bitcoin on exchanges. I think that, a lot of it's coming off and other things like that. But, I still think that there's room to have a little bit more blood in the market, unfortunately.
So this may sound like an odd question, but do you think that if there was maybe a better collective sense of whether somebody's full of shit or not, that we would be in this place? And what I mean by that is, I always feel like because of everything being digital and people not socializing in person as much as they socialize online, that we've forgotten what it's like to be a good judge of character. When I see these clips of SBF and other people that obviously are now getting into trouble, it does, even the way they speak, the way their demeanor, it doesn't pass the sniff test. And I myself am a very hard worker, an entrepreneur, and I try my best to approach things with integrity in a very open way. But it doesn't seem to me like it's that hard to see that some of these people are just completely full of shit. Is it just that people have lost their sense of how to properly judge somebody else because it's all online? And maybe if more of these things were in person or visible, that there would be more skepticism. Help me understand that, because it just doesn't make sense to me that people couldn't see this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think, one of the biggest things is if you see an exchange or somebody else kind of creating a token and there's really no value behind it, that should be the first major red flag of anything. But, I think SBF is definitely a big cog or big person to blame, but I think a lot of it too, a big problem with it was a lot of the venture capital money that was poured into FTX. I mean, it was funded out the wazoo in order to, get all these marketing dollars and get all these people kind of on board. And I think in reality, it was a lot of just ignorance into what was going on. And it was a lot of people just seeing the run up, hearing, whether it was Bitcoin, Ethereum, or one of these other things kind of shoot off to the moon. And, a lot of people were making a lot of money. So a lot of people were just FOMO and jumping in. And I think a big issue with that initially too was, money was very cheap. You could borrow money for during those periods of time for basically like 0%, 0 cents on the dollar. And over time, you would think that this company would just shoot up in valuation and you make a lot of money. So I think like if it wasn't for some of the marketing dollars and just kind of some of the ignorance and some of that, people kind of had the allure of the nerd super coder and whatnot, behind the screen, kind of creating some of these things and running such a big company of things that they really didn't understand. And I think that's the biggest thing that people need to kind of take away from all this is like, hey, if you don't really understand something that you're investing in, putting your money in, maybe just put a little bit in it if you need to, obviously not financial advice or anything. If you need to put some skin in the game in order to, actually get yourself to learn it. But I think, at the end of the day, now's the time where you really need to take a step back and just understand what you're investing in, how you're investing in it, like the regulations behind everything. Because, as some of these things come on, it's a time where we really, that the Bitcoin Maxi saying is don't trust, verify. I think it's a big saying that's going to be holding true not only now, but in the next couple years as these industries investing, all these other companies kind of start to come out of what is going on right now. And I couldn't agree more with what you're saying. Is you see Sam Bankman-Fried get on these interviews, his leg is bouncing back and forth, and he just kind of rubs you the wrong way, and it doesn't really make sense. But I think what happens is somebody like that talks really fast, and he doesn't, he's kind of what's in right now, right? He doesn't really dress all proper, and he's got his uncombed hair and all that kind of stuff, and he's just kind of this nerdy guy who seems to know what he's talking about when it comes to cryptocurrency. But when you break it all down, he really is just talking about a scam. And I think that's what kind of happens is just people just we're too trusting because everybody was making so much money during that COVID time. And I think it was just a lot of leftover money from what was going on there, and the yield was kind of coming in and everything was working fine when the bull market was coming, but nobody was really expecting a giant crash like we got right now to affect all these companies as drastically as they have.
Do you think there was an element of relatability when it came to SBF? I mean, you kind of allude to it, right? He's kind of this nerdy guy. He talks fast. He's kind of this, coder in the background. I mean, I can imagine a lot of people in the space who, like a lot of people in general are introverts, right? Probably see somebody like that and they feel almost like a kindred spirit with that kind of personality.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like it's definitely something that he's relatable, and I think the other thing is too is like he was just everywhere, right? I mean, if you see his face, you walk around. I think I was in New York City maybe a month or two ago, maybe late October or so, and at that time they shut off withdrawals and were already filing for bankruptcy. But his face was all over billboards and all over bus stops and bus stations and things like that too. So I think it's not only like the relatability of him, but also he was just he was just everywhere. And the amount of exposure that a lot of these projects and other things get. And I heard you mention it too, that the bots were just kind of everywhere on Twitter too, bringing up all these various crypto projects. I think that the more times you just see some of these projects, see FTX, see this guy's face, Sam Bankman-Fried, whether it's in an interview on TV, billboard, what have you. So eventually you're just, going to look into it. People are curious by nature. So I think, it was just a bunch of people at the end just kind of, just wanting to find the next thing to get rich, finding something that's saying, hey, like, my bank isn't really doing it for me. The money that's sitting there is basically losing purchasing power as it's sitting there, not really making anything. Like, I need to figure out how to make all this money. And they don't really question something that seems too good to be true. And they just go in and, they just kind of blindly put their money in, and they figure out some of these projects, but don't really question it. They think that it sounds cool, or, putting X, Y, and Z on a blockchain sounds cool and innovative, but they don't really question or understand, the back or what a blockchain even is, or, why you need to put X, Y, and Z on a blockchain, or, some of these other projects and other things like that too. So I think as we kind of get forward, a lot of these companies are going to require a lot more regulation, and there's going to be a lot more people kind of tentative to get into whether it's crypto or Bitcoin. And I hope everybody here just kind of leans towards Bitcoin and gets it off exchanges, as they're seeing all these exchanges kind of go by the wayside. But yeah, I mean, I think his relatability definitely had something to do with it.
Before I bring in some of the audience, you said this point that people need to understand what it is exactly they're investing in. I know you describe yourself as a maximalist. Do you think that people, when they invest in Bitcoin, really get it, or is it the same issue that we see time and time again in any and every investment? People think they understand it only when it's going up, but they don't really understand it when it's going down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great question. I think that there's people that have Bitcoin that don't really understand it. I think that there definitely is people that do deeply understand it, and I think that there's a lot of people that kind of go around and talk about the theoretical stuff about it. But don't really know the nuances. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects about this, whether it's mining, running your own node, just straight up the blockchain and other things like that, that I think that there's a lot of aspects about it that a lot of Bitcoiners maybe don't go through their 10,000 hours initially. And I think that there's a decent amount of learning curve that goes into it. So I think, the way I got into it was I put money into Bitcoin initially, and then I kind of started to learn about it. So, I can only imagine that's how most people kind of get into it, or some people, maybe buy a little bit here and there and then kind of get into it. But I think, as we're getting farther into all these scandals and some of these things that are popping up in the news, and a lot of this negative, I guess, FUD surrounding Bitcoin and the crypto markets, as unfortunately a lot of people kind of group those together. I think people are going to be a little bit more tentative, and they're going to have to start to try to understand Bitcoin first. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a shift towards education and shift towards what people are really investing in. I guess in the next couple of years or so, especially with a potential recession and the economic state that we're in, where people are going to be maybe keeping their dollars a little bit closer to the vest, opposed to just throwing it at necessarily anything.
Just to reset the room, everybody here, please make sure you follow Brandon, who again runs a number of spaces himself and is always a great and kind host in the times that he's had me on. Again, my name is Michael Gayed. This will be available as an edited podcast under Lead Lag Live. Let's do a little macro talk. Let's get Avid and then Phil in. Go ahead, Avid.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so my question is kind of, I totally agree with a lot of the points you made on crypto, but what we've seen in kind of equities and the crypto markets is a big drawdown since, the Fed started raising interest rates. One of the biggest, I guess, wealth generators for the average American is, owning a home. And so my question is specifically, a lot of people are talking about, hey, inflation's coming down. It looks like it's over. But when you look at the housing market, the average house now requires over $100,000 income to qualify for. And so my question is, looking at how, we had this huge run up in COVID, when it comes to the real estate market, we haven't really seen that normalize or, revert to like a mean trend line. And it's still pretty high up there. Do you guys, either of you, how do you see this kind of playing out? Do you see it as just kind of a lagging indicator and it'll come down with time? So just curious if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can go ahead and answer this, and then Michael can, I guess, follow up and see if he agrees or disagrees. But the way I view the real estate market, I've had a couple great real estate guys come on my spaces, so this is kind of I guess educated from them. But yeah, I see a lot of different markets. Obviously reacting a little bit differently. So I think a lot of the states where people kind of fled to during COVID, I'm thinking like the Floridas, the Texas, the Tennessees, maybe some of the bigger cities like Miami and Tampa, Nashville, Austin, what have you. I think that they're going to they're going to kind of come down a little bit because they probably saw the biggest run up in a lot of them, but they're probably going to stabilize here, relatively quickly because jobs and everything like that. It became more desirable, so people are flocking to some of these cities, kind of realizing like, hey, why live in some place where it snows heavily or is cold all year round, where I can live in sunny beaches in Miami 24/7 365. So I think markets like that are going to kind of still hold true. Rental markets are still kind of increasing in those areas, but housing is kind of stabilizing, where I think like some of the bigger markets where we've seen a lot of people kind of flying out, I'm thinking California, maybe cities like Boston, Philly, some of those other cities like that. I think those ones are going to really start to hurt, and those ones didn't really quite see the COVID run up in that kind of stabilization that'll occur in some of these other markets. I think those ones, as interest rates kind of keep increasing and money kind of keeps getting harder and harder to get to, people aren't really flocking to these cities. You're going to see a lot of these home prices in those areas kind of fly down. And I think, rental markets and other things like that too are either going to stabilize or maybe even go down in some of those markets where, they're kind of going up in, the Floridas, the Texases, and they're just kind of getting outrageous in some of these places. So, that's my thought on it. I don't know if Michael's got anything to add on there.
Yeah, so first of all, I think you're going to have a real bifurcation, because any kind of housing transactions that probably happen on a go forward basis are largely going to be all cash transactions, because who the hell's going to want to pay and lock in a 7% mortgage rate? I mean, sure, you can do it on the bet that you can always refinance lower, but I find it hard to believe that that's going to be a dynamic that most people will be comfortable with. And that also brings with it a whole nother complication. Somebody had once tweeted to me, I think it's actually a couple of days ago, said something like, I'm not worried about mortgage rates at 7%, because I have my existing mortgage at 2%. Why would I even bother putting my home up for market if I know I'm going to be paying so much more for another home? So I've made this case before. I think I even had on the pinned tweet for a bit. I think we're going to have this strange, odd equilibrium that looks really weird, in the sense that you have demand collapsing, but at the same time inventory collapsing even further. That's going to complicate how long the bear market in housing lasts and how the path, I think, plays out. And that also is why I keep going back to, I think the broader bear market in the stock market will take a much longer time than people realize, because I don't think the stock market bottoms until housing's done with its own decline. But again, the sequence and the path, I think, is going to be very tricky to really get a handle on. And the truth is, honestly, if you really want to, I would think, and Brandon, maybe you can add some thoughts to this. If you really want to identify where housing bottoms, you probably have to watch the secondary and third, homes, right, that are being used for those that are renting, for the Airbnb type of host, right? That you got to get rid of the secondary home market and make it more about the primary residence. And given how much property has been bought up purely for income generating purposes and not for where you actually live, that too would take a while to really break. But Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well. I think a lot of people had, we've kind of alluded to earlier, easy access to capital. We had a lot of, run up in, valuations of houses. So if you bought a house 2019 or even, early 2020 or what have you, that evaluation in some places might have even doubled. And then, I think a lot of people from there borrowed against that money and bought other, trying to make some income generating houses, Airbnbs, short-term rentals, so that kind of thing. And those houses have kind of blown up. I mean, I'm, anecdotally, I have an Airbnb in Tampa, Florida, and it's been doing well, but it's more for, I guess, like longer term stays. And from what I know from other groups and what have you, the ones that are on the beach and in those kind of vacation-y areas, they haven't been doing quite as well, just because, one, people haven't been taking as many vacations like towards the end of the year, as inflation is kind of rising up, expenses are rising up, people are kind of not spending quite as much. And two, the variability with Airbnb as kind of turn some people off of that, and they'd rather stay at some hotel or something like that opposed to Airbnbs. So I think it's going to be something interesting to watch. It's definitely one company that I'm going to be looking at their financials and other things like that in their quarterly reports, just to kind of get an eye on housing and how many users or hosts are coming online and other things like that too. So I think as far as like Airbnb goes in the next year, it might not be the most profitable thing, but people are going to be getting rid of some of those maybe second homes or income generating properties just because they can't handle all the expenses.
Yeah, Avid, go ahead if you want to do a follow up. And Bear, if you want to ask a question, Bear, if you want to just check your DMs and we'll coordinate. But go ahead, Avid. Sorry.
Last follow up. The reason I asked that is because during the June presser, Jay Powell came out and it specifically said that the housing market has become disconnected and there needs to be a reset there. Don't want to get into the demographics of it, but high level is like, people are delaying, starting families, and like this, like the long-term consequences of demographic changes. Like you can see what happens in Japan and other places. But really, going back to what Michael said, and kind of the position of this bear being maybe longer than people expect it to be, or deeper and more devastating for certain people. I just think that, or I don't think, but I wonder really, like, is the optimism around the housing market misplaced? I know a lot of people said it's not going to be like 2008 because the lenders aren't, that they're a higher quality, higher credit score, more reliable. But I've heard from people in the kind of credit rehabilitation industry that there's been a lot of patchwork on people, and if employment truly does start to tick up and things do start to get ugly, I get what you're saying about the supply. You kind of have this kind of double thing where demand is down and inventory is down. But I wonder if those dynamics maybe will shift, especially if the Fed doesn't pivot as people are saying. All the pivot bros are shouting about how it's over and it's going to be, rates are going to drop soon. So that's the last of my question. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'll just add real quick. I mean, keep in mind, I keep going back to this point. The Fed pivots historically are bearish. It doesn't have to be, right? But usually the bulk of the drawdown in stocks and in the economy is because the Fed does what it always does, which is act late, which means they're responding to things already weakening and the momentum's already there on the downside. I go back to so I did an interview with I'm forgetting his first name of Pulte, and he was making this point that home builders don't really have an incentive with high rates to build. You have got so much local red tape that it's almost impossible to build quickly and efficiently, even if you can. And unless you really get sort of the local governments, the municipalities creating targeted incentives to build inventory, the reality is we have a really, really tough position as a country in terms of the number of homes that are just available. And never mind, again, the institutionalization that comes in as these mega companies swoop up different properties. So I'm with you. I think the point is, I think this is just going to be a lot more of a complicated cycle than what we're used to. And even in my world, right, it's like I want to see rates fall during high volatility, but I myself do believe that the average rate is still going to be probably pretty elevated. You'll have these wiggles, like today, where treasuries are slightly positive on the day while equities are down hard. That's consistent with real risk off, but that's probably going to be more what we're in for going forward, as opposed to these kind of real collapses in yields, which hopefully would at some point then benefit housing. I just don't see that happening the same way. Go ahead, Brandon, and then we'll go to Phil.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with you, and I agree with your point too there, that I think that the pivot's going to be coming later than a lot of people are kind of expecting next year. I think that's not going to be maybe until late 2023 or maybe even 2024. So I would kind of expect housing to be somewhat of a lagging indicator that kind of floats around for some time.
Let's go to Phil, then Resolute. Go ahead, Phil.
What's up, guys? Michael, Brandon, good to see you. Happy to be here. I'm just gonna first, yes, agree that housing is gonna go down further. Daniel DiMartino Booth has been a rock star on covering this. As they say, housing is the economy. I think she's brought up that people are selling their secondary homes. People are leaving their mortgages, or not their mortgages, their loans on their vehicles, like people left their homes in 08. And just to really, I guess, break the ice here, Fez Bullard said terminal rate 6 to 7%. Like, that's where we're going. So I would just say adjust accordingly. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. I just think it's really interesting to follow what the Fed's doing because it pretty much is revolutionary. But the sooner that they can raise rates, I think the faster that we can blow through all of this. But I mean, Uncle Jim down there actually sent me something from the Fed, but I mean, they already have this kind of like planned out. Like, they are planning on, like, I think that at the very least is going to be 5, but I don't, like, people kind of asking for a pivot and like a turnaround in these markets. Like, I agree with Brandon. Like, they're going to be disappointed because we're only going up from here, and we're probably going to keep it at 6 or 7 or wherever they land. But I think this is something that we have to do, and the sooner that it happens, the sooner we can just clear out all the zombified bad credit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. So I would. The other thing I would say about that is the Fed hiking rates does not mean necessarily that mortgage rates would go up, unless it's a function of consumer default risk premiums increasing. And I say that purposely because I keep going back to this thing I keep hearing that I keep proving is not factually true. The Fed does not control the long end. There are plenty of times where the Fed hikes rates and the long end ends up dropping. Now, mortgage rates can rise on a relative basis because you've got to factor in, a weakening consumer and sort of default risk from that perspective. But either way, housing would be cooked no matter what, because even if the 30-year mortgage rate were to drop, right, the reality is as long as the short end is dramatically higher than the long end, no bank has an incentive to lend. So even though the mortgage rates might be cheaper, you're not necessarily going to get access to it, right? So, and I made this point before. It's like I said so many times all year. It's like the Fed should just do an emergency 300 basis point hike. Just destroy the system to save the system, so to speak. If we keep on going through this purgatory of the Fed constantly trying to play catch up, which, by the way, they probably are still having to do. I mean, one of the things that's been perplexing, and Brandon, you can talk about this too, I'm sure. You haven't had credit spreads widen. Everyone says the Fed's going to raise rates until the stock market breaks. It's not about the stock market. It's not. It's about credit spreads. It's about default risk premiums. That really has stayed unbelievably tight. Another one of those really bizarre dynamics that threw off the whole risk on, risk off dynamic this year, right? So the fact that even internally in the bond market, there isn't concern about the higher cost of capital is giving them the leeway to keep on raising rates.
Well, just to add on to that really quick, I don't know if you noticed the collapse in the spread between the German 10-year and the dollar, but I mean, that was basically Lagarde coming out and saying, hey, EU is actually kind of screwed, and we probably don't deserve this premium on top of the dollar. So that collapse we're finally trying to see. And the faster that the Fed, not the faster, but the more effective this monetary policy keeps to spread and they keep doing their thing, the sooner that sovereign debt will properly be repriced. Because there is no reason on earth why owning U.S. Treasuries is more of a risk than German bonds.
That I think that's a good point, Brandon. I don't know if you want to expand on that, but I think that's a very good observation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that the Fed's goal here is to just kind of help out the United States at the end of the day. So I think, raising the, interest rates is just kind of killing the offshore dollar market. I know, Phil and I have kind of gone back and forth on a lot of spaces about that. But, I think that at the end of the day, that's kind of their goal. And, Michael, I agree with you. I think they should have just shocked the system at some point. But, anybody can kind of play Monday morning quarterback at this time, I guess. But, I think looking back at it, the Fed just started raising rates too late. And I think, just going forward, they're just going to have to kind of continue just playing catch up. And yeah, I mean, I don't really foresee it slowing down anytime soon. I know a lot of people are just kind of crying for it because of the stock market. But yeah, like you said, that the Federal Reserve doesn't, necessarily care too much about the stock market.
No, they care about their monetary independence. Sorry to hijack and make this a Fed space, Michael.
No. No, I'll tell you something. And I'm sure Brandon, you have the same challenge. It's like it's so easy to do nothing but talk about the Fed on these spaces, and I try my best to not be about the Fed, but it's like you have to break it up at some point, right? So it's just one of the most maddening things is that we've gotten away from true analysis, and it's more about just what the hell Powell is saying at any moment in time. Just drives me utterly insane. Let's get Resolute, then Howard, then Bear, and then we might wrap up there. Resolute, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to add some emphasis to the housing market. We between 2020 and 2022, we've seen the greatest annualized compounded rate of change in home prices, and as far as a medium term, since 1973. If you look at the charts on 1973 to I believe 82, housing was in a downtrend for almost 9 years after that. We also had the greatest dollar percentage rate of change in prices year over year ever recorded in history since they've been tracking it. If you also look at inventory levels have spiked to a higher percentage of gain than they ever did decrease during the COVID boom. So I don't think people are taking it seriously enough how deep the housing market bubble really can pop and how low we can go. To add on to that, and what we're saying about credit spreads, people have not marked to market, these big entities have not marked to market their mortgage-backed securities on their balance sheets since we've had these interest rate changes. We have a lot of loans collateralized with MBS, and we basically haven't seen a correction on it at all. So I think there's a huge credit risk there. So yeah, I'm just adding some emphasis on that. And if you guys want to go into more of the mortgage-backed security risk, that'd be great.
But before Brandon, you chime in, because again, you're the guest for the hours. I want to focus on you. I will say, I got a lot of flack from people when I said this year is worse than 2008 and worse than 2020. And I said that back in like March, April. I continuously tweeted that, right? And I was saying that because I was going through hell, right? Because in my world, risk off as treasuries for the first time in history failed as the flight to safety play, which is what explains the drawdowns in my rules-based funds, which people don't seem to understand means I don't have discretionary power over it. It's based on a prospectus. But your point about mark-to-market, I really do believe is a really important one. One of the arguments for why it's believed that we had such a volatile period in 2008 was because assets were being marked to market, illiquid assets were being marked to market. And the moment you have visibility on something that is illiquid, it creates problems. It creates optics that cause investors to en masse sell and panic. If you were to mark to market mortgage securities, all the shit that has gone through this horrible drawdown that is the supposed safe collateral, this would be worse than 08 and worse than 2020. So you're hitting on something which is really, really important. We don't know it or feel it or see it because it's not priced real time. If it were, everyone would be losing their fucking minds.
Michael, I gotta ask.
Well, if I can add one thing to that,
I was just going to ask if I was going to ask Michael if you think that is worse right now than was in 2008 and 2020, just strictly because of the amount of money that has been kind of poured into the market.
Yeah, of course. It's funny. I had I tweeted it out when I saw it. One of the YouTube comments to one of these podcasts I had done when I made that point. It's worse than 08, worse than 2020. Person said, "Oh, what are you talking about? You haven't had a single company go under." And my response to the YouTube comment was, "You almost had the entire fucking UK go under. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you almost had an entire country, literally an entire country, go under, and people are acting like this is normal, right? And let's just look at charts on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and let's just draw lines. It's like, give me a break, guys. Like, there's something much more serious going on, right?" Sorry. Anyway, Resolute, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a contact at I don't want to name the institution, but they're basically one of the biggest bond dealers in the country. They are the biggest municipal bond dealer in the country, and their clients are coming to them trying to get rid of their mortgage-backed securities. And what I've been told is that they're basically no bid. They can't get rid of them. They can't help them get rid of them. And like I said, this stuff hasn't been marked yet, so they can't sell them yet. They're trying to get them off their balance sheet, and they can't. This is going to hurt bad. Also, if you look at the Fed with QT and rolling these assets off their balance sheets, they're supposed to be rolling off what 45 billion of treasuries and 45 billion of MBS a month, right? Well, they're holding their part up on the treasuries somewhat, except the last couple months it seems like they've been adding them. They've been really falling behind on the MBS, and I think it's because the Fed's aware of what's going on with MBSs right now, and the fact that they've made a lot of them close to worthless.
Yeah, I agree with that, Brandon. I want the focus on you, but go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah, I think I'm not really surprised at hearing that, unfortunately, and I think that that's going to kind of continue as we go along here. But yeah, I don't have too much of an opinion, I guess, on that.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the most mind-numbing thing, the Fed buying up, MBS, all these securities when housing was already strong. Just asinine behavior. Let's go to Howard, and then we'll go to Bear. Go ahead, Howard.
Thank you, Michael. It's great to see you, Brandon, on actually being interviewed rather than the other way around. One quick thing is I think that folks should pay real close attention to the way investors are pricing the long end of the curve versus the Fed prediction, and look at that spread. I mean, you look out various numbers of months, and the further out you go, you start seeing the market pricing 2 or 3%, while the Fed is insisting 5.5%. And so I think there's going to be quite a tussle there to really actually pull rates up where they think, and where a lot of us think they have to go to get this to start to settle back into some more rational sense. And switch topics twice on you, but get to the thing I'm trying to get to.
But hold on, real quick.
Yeah,
Howard,
go ahead.
I think real
Absolutely.
quick. So I think this is there is this dynamic, and I'm trying to flesh this out even myself. But I think this is why this is so bizarre. So the Fed, if the Fed were to keep on hiking rates against all the government debt that's out there, the omnibus spending, all the reckless, money printing that's still going on from the money transactions from the fiscal side. If the Fed were to go to that level, then interest expense on federal debt is going to swell your tax base, which means that the interest rate then isn't what the Fed sets; it's probably double that, because then the bond market starts pricing in default risk by the U.S. government. So you have this really weird dynamic, right, where they got to raise rates, but if they raise rates too much, it makes it impossible for the government to deal with its interest expense, which means now rates then skyrocket because they can't pay off with their tax base, right? So it's like I don't, and I know that sounds like a strange argument, but it's like if the Fed's going to try to hike rates to above inflation at 7.5%, 8%, the real interest rate is probably 15% at that point. Sorry, Howard, go ahead.
Yeah, it broke up a little bit, so I missed a part of that. But I think that's one of the key dynamics here. It doesn't sound bizarre to me at all. That it's there's so many things got so out of whack from my own perspective anyway, that we have so many strong forces pushing on each other that what's going to break. What's not going to be able to keep up? Are we going to see even municipal defaults? Tax receipts not being able to keep up with debt service and so forth. I mean, we're going to see the kinds of problems, I suspect, in a variety of levels of government and a variety of countries that we are expecting to see and will see in a variety of levels of companies. So I'm right with you there. I have not a lot of sense of which things are going to give, but the Fed's got its hands full for sure. Michael, can I take this back to your original Bitcoin conversation, or is that too far out there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then I know Bear wants to bring in Bitcoin and Avid. So yeah, please.
All right. So I come from a weird world where we used to create local currencies and put them on ledgers and work with floppy drives and so forth before the days of Bitcoin. So I came in as a skeptic. In 2013, 2014, I was looking at it saying, there is no way that this doesn't get regulated out of existence. Then I didn't understand how do we keep it from being hacked and so forth. And what I would suggest is it doesn't exactly take, the mythical 10,000 hours of learning. You might pay in 10,000 hours of learning in the long run, but that we don't even see people being willing to pick up and read one book. And the reason I say that is it was a book that turned around my thinking on it, and I'm going to suggest a particular kind of book. And everyone on this call might be past this, but as you see people wrestle with this in the future, this might be a suggestion that helps them, which is that I looked to an FX old hand, that being Brian Kelly, who put out, I think the book was The Bitcoin Big Boom. I think that's what it was called, which I think he published in 2015, but he was an FX guy. And so his entire work was to try to actually disprove the thesis. And everyone on here knows he became a big convert. But reading that is what turned me around when I had a strong predisposition to want to see something like this from my background in developing local currencies, but not being able to see, how do we get it to work? How do they not regulate it out of existence? Those are old questions at this point. But what it does do is reading any good book that's well reasoned and well researched will help a person learn how it actually works, how it's constructed, and what to really think about it. So I got in late 2015. Prices were, I think, $400. That was our average price back then. It was already up 5 times, I think, from when I first looked at it. And that didn't bother me because I understood the construction of it, and that we were looking at really things starting to sink in with people and with some of the pros as to what we really had. And Michael, do you mind if I add one comment on another topic you were discussing? I know you're trying to end here.
Yeah, no, you're okay, Brandon. We're going just like a little bit over. I myself.
Yeah.
Keep typing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we had touched on this on another space a couple weeks ago, and it was the Bill Pulte space, as it happens. But the market for second, third, fourth, fifth homes to generate income by those that don't have necessarily deep pockets. I mean, I think we are going to see a significant unwind there, but Brandon touched on an aspect of these markets that I think is really overlooked, and that's with Airbnb, which we now call Airbnb bust. We've lived in those things for years on and off when we've been in the States, because we, with a consulting firm, were sort of itinerant, and we traveled and worked. And what we found is not only variable quality at similar price points in similar markets, but what we found is that after being in about 50 of them over a period of years, and it wasn't just Airbnb, but all the different purveyors, all the different platforms, and some, just privately offered, that not one, we were never in one that was I take that back. We were in one that was properly represented out of about 50 of them. There were misrepresentations, outright fraud all over the place. It's a real loose world. And I think a lot of people in that world, and we probably all know people that are invested that way, are not going to be able to carry these things. It's not so much a matter of rates if they're in at a lower rate or if they paid cash, but as there's a lot less cash for people to feel like they can be out and about in the world, so-called paying for their experiences and going out and having fun and doing interesting things. I think that we're looking at that whole market hitting a real wall. And then lastly, on housing, I just see a lot of, this is anecdotal, but it's certainly going to work its way through the data. There are a lot of people stuck in their houses now that want out, that want to buy a different house, but their prices are falling. In some markets precipitously, and in some markets like San Francisco, where we don't usually see declines. But then they look and they say, well, what can I go get? Oh, the prices aren't so bad, but then they look at the rates. And I think we're going to see one hell of an unwind in that, like we're going to see in corporate earnings and corporate debt service. And this is going to be, my personal opinion, a long, hard slog. And then, we'll see what it's like coming out of it. Thanks so much, Michael.
Yeah, definitely, Brandon. I don't know if you want to add some color to that.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the anecdotal stuff about Bitcoin in the book too. I'd also recommend the Bitcoin Standard by Saifedean Ammous. He's an economist, and that he breaks it down really well, just kind of like the need for Bitcoin. And then he also has a follow-up book called the Fiat Standard that kind of goes into, some of the issues in the current fiat system and what has kind of, ended up, I guess suffering because of the fiat system as well. So, I think those are two great books to educate yourself. And yeah, Howard, I appreciate your insight. Thanks for coming up. And that on the housing and everything else too. I do agree that people are going to kind of maybe move away a little bit from Airbnb and move to maybe some more of the traditional, I guess housing and vacation, I guess rentals, whether it's like hotels or other things like that. But Bear, I see you got your mic off, so feel free to hop right in.
Bear's been waiting patiently.
Yeah,
he came out in December, right, as the market was started going down. But go ahead, Bear.
No. I appreciate y'all. No, I've been like staring at charts for the better part of 4 years. Any possible downtime I have, I don't know like the market like you guys do, and the the bond markets and intricacies of banking. But to me, like I have been looking at charts forever, and Bitcoin, like especially on the monthly, looks absolutely horrible. I don't see how it doesn't go down. There's no support there. It looks like the same to me with the S&P 500. It looks the same for Tesla. It looks the same for Apple. All the sort of economic part of it, like it's there, the numbers are there, but I think this chart speaks to those things. And you guys are better chartists than me for sure. I know, Michael, I've been following you for a little bit, and I appreciate it. And it just looks extremely bearish, and I just wondered your take on that, like specifically, from a charting perspective rather than, anything that's sort of above my head.
I'll let you feel that one, Brandon.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's some more pain to be felt in the market. And, I think it's interesting that you brought up Bitcoin because, whether Bitcoiners want to admit it or not, it seems like it's still fairly correlated with a lot of these, growth and tech stocks and everything like that right now. And it's just, a little bit more volatile. I do think that there's going to be, some more pain, as I think Howard kind of alluded to it as well. And we've been kind of talking about it. Seems like the market's screaming for the Fed to kind of stop raising interest rates and pivot. But, everything that the Fed is saying seems like they're going to keep on raising rates until the end of the year. So, if that's kind of the case and the Fed keeps indicating that and doesn't indicate a pivot, I imagine the market's probably going to react and be, bearish, going forward. And I kind of think that that's, my outlook for 2023 is definitely not something that's super positive, unfortunately. But I think, as Howard kind of alluded to, I think now's the time to kind of really understand what you're investing in and, take a dive into whether it's the companies or other things like that too, because understanding some of the fundamentals behind some of these companies and whether it's Bitcoin or something else will kind of help you ride some of these waves, as I think the next couple years or so are going to be pretty interesting and maybe a little bumpy as well.
Yeah, and for whatever it's worth, I believe it or not, I really don't look at charts that often. I mean, there's specific relationships that I focus on. That's why I always say it's about conditions, not predictions, right? And look, the when you're in an environment where liquidity is waning, when you're in an environment where credit contraction is taking place, it's not about the chart, it's about the tail. In other words, it's about the extreme that can happen, because a lot of big declines have that characteristic of an illiquid type of precursor, right? So that's why I focus on lumber relative to gold, because it's about housing, which is about credit creation, credit contraction. That's why I focus on utilities against the market, because utilities benefit when rates are falling, which means demand for money is falling, which means liquidity is falling, right? So could unequivocally be the case. And you know, I can be a technician like a lot of people that you see on FinTwit. I don't believe in levels, but when I see the conditions like this, I go back to that line I've said many times before. Markets tend to crash from oversold levels. They also can have rip your face off rallies, right? But you end up having these environments where it resolves itself in an extreme. Where it happens or what the extreme is directionally, nobody knows. But the conditions, I would argue, at least for now, still suggest that there's more of a tail risk element that's out there when it comes to Bitcoin, the broader stock market. And until that dynamic changes, it's not about support and resistance. It's just about avoiding panic if it's coming. If that makes sense. Let's go to Avid and then we'll wrap up. Go ahead, Avid.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to something you were asking Green Candle earlier, Brendan. You were mentioning the generational divide as it comes to like people getting involved in these scams, and kind of tying this into all the Fed talk, market, real estate, and everything. I think like when I think big picture here, and this is somewhat a question, kind of a statement, but I think there is a generational divide. Like I worked with a fellow who retired in his 80s and was, massively financially benefited by asset price inflation, right? Like he was able to buy houses, buy real stuff, have a savings account that paid a decent rate versus, a lot of younger people grew up in an environment where it feels like you have to take risk, right? Everyone's been pushed out the risk curve. And so, while there may be some, resentment there, I think that, this is kind of like highlights like why so many people are getting involved in these scams is because, I'm a Bitcoiner as well. And for me, when I try and tell people, they say, oh, it's like, this XYZ shitcoin is going to outperform Bitcoin, or they'll say like Ethereum outperformed Bitcoin. And, when you zoom out and you look from like 2018 till now, it's actually ETH BTC is down by 50%. But I think that, the Fed and all the things that have happened over the past 30 or 40 years, you really can see that, a consequence of that behavior has been people taking more and more risks. And so I don't need to go further into that, but just curious, Green Candle, how you think about this, risk and how people, almost get pushed into, not pushed in, but like tend to be more likely to get involved in these scams because they feel like they have no option, right? Like when the average house costs, requires $100,000 income and the average Joe is making 50, 60,000, like it feels like the American dream is slipping away. And so they feel like they have to take risks to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think, everybody that was, maybe affected by COVID in 2020, whether it's lost their job or something along those lines, I think they all realized kind of how fragile and how, much everybody, like, people in power, your boss, like your company, all that kind of holds you almost like hostage if you have that only singular source of income. So I think, from there, everybody was kind of scrambling, finding ways to try to, like I kind of alluded to a little bit earlier, like, increase their wealth, make generational wealth. That kind of was the buzzword going around, and people were starting to like, learn about some of that stuff. But what was really making the headlines was a lot of these, Dogecoin or GME or AMC just kind of exploding through the roof. And I think, for the average person, they just see that and they try to FOMO it in and, be like, hey, I want to be like X, Y, and Z, or they're scrambling, or maybe they even just got like a stimulus check and they just threw their, $1,500 at it. or whatever it was. So I think that, just the overall risk kind of woke some, or COVID woke some people up and had them take a little bit more risk. And, I think people were just kind of ignorant. They were, thinking about these get rich quick schemes. And I think, they've been around for a long time, but they've never really been as public as they have been right now. And that's just strictly, because of mediums like this, the spread of information and other things like that too. So I think because of that, it made things like, GME and some of these, shit coins just kind of rise in popularity. And as they rose in popularity with really no backing, that's where people were able to kind of borrow against it and, have big marketing dollars and kind of put it in your face a little bit more, which, kind of caused this snowball effect. And, I think we kind of have an issue right now, especially with, the rising inflation is a lot of, people that are kind of getting into the job market, or maybe the younger generation, maybe millennials or Gen Z and what have you. I think, they're having to run into issues where, they go to school, they say, go to, I don't know, engineering or do some, get your master's degree. They graduate with all this debt and then they can't afford an apartment, without a couple roommates and other things like that. So they're trying to, on the side of their 9 to 5 job that they're working, learn how to become investors. And some of them are just, hey, I'm too tired to learn this. Like my friend told me this is going to go boom. So they're just kind of jumping into it. So I think it's not only, some ignorance, but it's out of, like the need, I guess, of to try to, increase your overall wealth, which is unfortunate. Just kind of the overall state of the economy. But I think that plays a big part in it, and it was just kind of a snowball effect that caused a lot of pain, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. I've been quoted myself as saying, the Fed brought out the worst in humanity, and the Fed destroyed all stores of value because they forced everybody to take risks because you couldn't make money from sitting in cash in a bank, right? I mean, it is. I go back to conditions, right? The conditions were set by the central bankers. It's unfortunate that unfortunately those conditions result in a lot of pain for those that, whether they rightly or wrongly took risk, felt they had to. And I think from that perspective, it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. Anyway, with that said, everybody, please make sure you follow Green Candle here on Twitter. Brandon, of course, check out his spaces. This will be available as an edited podcast soon enough. I'm doing 3 spaces again tomorrow and then taking a slight break for Christmas. Everybody, do appreciate the constant support and enjoy the rest of your evenings wherever you are. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks for having me. And yeah, everybody follow Michael as well. So appreciate it.
suggested that he run for president. I understood from the beginning that he would be extraordinarily unmanageable and that he would be his own man. But I also understood the country was ready and looking for something entirely different. I did, without any question, set a Google alert for WikiLeaks and set a Google alert for Julian Assange. I carefully followed what he said, and I habitually reposted that on Twitter. I had no inside information. Virtually everything I said had been already said by Assange himself. No, I do not believe Assange is a Russian agent. There's no evidence of that. No, I do not think he is a foreign state actor. I think that he is a journalist. And if I worked for the New York Times or the Washington Post, I'd be very concerned about the prosecution of a man who I think is being tortured because he exposed the secrets, embarrassing secrets of this country, and for no other reason. But because of my relationship with Trump, and because I was very aggressive in my criticism of Robert Mueller and the entire Russian collusion hoax, I was targeted. I went voluntarily to the House Judiciary Committee. It was not subpoenaed. If I made misstatements, they were immaterial. Let me give you an example of one for which I was charged. Did you get an email from Steve Bannon on August 9th? Stone, I don't remember. Here it is. Here's the email. You lied. But it's a link to a story in that morning's Washington Post. So what's the point? Why would that be significant or relevant or material? Doesn't matter. You lied about it. It's a perfect example. So this was very cleverly fashioned by a prosecutor named Andrew Weissman. There's a long history of doing these things. But the real purpose was to pressure me into testifying against Trump to save my own skin. And I refused to do that.
Bravo, you're a good friend, man, that you didn't go snitch him out for whatever you knew. Your poll now is saying that there's an 82, there's like 3,000 votes now, and you got a favorable rating. There's only it's crazy. The numbers just changed as soon as I mentioned it. His books are at stonezone.com, guys. There's the Bush crime family. There's the man who killed Kennedy. He does a podcast every week. This cat's 70. Man, I hope I've got as much energy as you do when I'm your age, Roger. Your bullshit factor's down to 5% now. Your amazing's up to 80%. The people are loving you tonight, Roger. Maybe you run for something.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
That is never good.
Roger, Seth Weathers here.
My man.
Roger, Seth Weathers here. Just want to say hello. It's been a while. You're doing well. And I appreciate you stepping out and doing what you're doing.
Well, Seth and I, for those folks who don't know, we were comrades in arms in the 2016 Trump campaign. He was a key man in Trump's early success. And I saw you here in the queue, and I'm glad to see you again. I hope you are doing well. Folks, by the way, if you're not following me at stonezone.com, that's where you can follow my exploits, where I do videos, where I repost my show. Also, if you want to help, go to stonefamilyfund.com. It's still a struggle. Being canceled and being censored has made making a living much more difficult. Things are getting better, but you can help us at Stone Family Fund. And I also just started a Substack at rogerstone.substack.com. That's where I'm going to put up kind of the funkier stuff that's a little more esoteric. So, for example, Chris Christie was a U.S. attorney in New Jersey. He's a crime buster. Chris Christie bribed a federal prosecutor to give his brother a pass in an insider trading prosecution, which everyone else in the company went to jail but Christie's brother, and I can prove it. And I will document all that, for example, in a piece on my Substack. I'm going to go into why.
What is a Substack? What is that reference?
Substack is a site where you can write private journalistic pieces and where people can subscribe to your Substack. Now, right now, my Substack is free. Eventually, I will charge people a nominal monthly fee to read what I'm writing. Right now, you can go to Stone Zone, and all the political stuff that I'm doing is free. But if you go to the store at Stone Zone, you not only get my books, but I also sign copies of my official presidential pardon. which you can
Guys,
get. I'll inscribe it to you.
I don't know what you're doing for the country right now, but I will tell you this. Sometimes what Roger Stone says sounds crazy. However, it ends up being true. And the reality is this guy has taken arrows and bullets. I feel like I've taken them. It doesn't compare. This guy's taken it to a level that you can't fathom. And again, Roger and I haven't talked in several years. We're going to catch up soon. Go buy his book. This guy has taken the arrows for you like you literally have no freaking idea. You can't function in a society where they shut you down the way they attempt to someone like Roger Stone. Get out there, buy his book. I don't give a fuck if you read the book. Buy it. It's going to help someone that's actually fought for us. And that's something I appreciate. I think Grant can appreciate that as well. So
100%,
everyone,
man. He wrote the books, guys. You know how long it takes 9 months to write a book, maybe longer. And this guy is documenting what he's been through for 50 years. He's alive right here to sign your book. So grab a book. Hey, Roger, is there any chance, and maybe I'm really reaching here, is there any chance that COVID was created to kill Donald Trump? Meaning the COVID shut the country down, shut the rallies down. Like that was his superpower, right?
I don't think there's any question. Look, COVID really does exist, but it is developed in a Chinese lab, and its weaponization is funded by the U.S. government, and it very definitely slows down Trump's reelection. He has a boom economy. He has a weak opponent who really can barely venture out of his basement. COVID is used to politically kill Donald Trump's chances. There's no question about that. Trump is forced to destroy the model economy that he's built. Trump is essentially, for our safety, is convinced by the doctors to destroy the boom economy. And we go into lockdown and we go into an economic freefall.
Grant, can I ask a question, Grant?
Yeah, go, please.
Absolutely. Roger, Jonathan Bing here. Pleasure to speak with you. My question is this, because I've listened to you, and you just spoke about Chris Christie, you spoke about Jeb Bush earlier. It seems like the people that you don't align with, when you speak about them, they're the ones that's, they're the ones that you are saying are out there committing criminal acts. But the people that, like, let's say Trump, whose attorneys are disbarred and goes to prison, you're saying that they're the ones that's on the side of righteousness. Can you make that make sense for me? Because it seems what you're saying is everything that I see, I shouldn't believe, and everything that I know is bad is actually good. Can you make that make sense for me?
Well, I'm not, first of all, I'm pretty bipartisan, so I criticize Republicans and Democrats. Secondarily, I'm not sure which attorney. I don't think I've defended any Trump attorney tonight, so I'm not sure who you refer to.
No, what I said is Trump, someone like Trump, whose attorneys have gone to prison, okay, and has been disbarred. You're saying they're actually on the side of righteousness, and the people that are actually, appearing righteous are the ones that we should worry about. So the ones that I know, I feel is committing are out there being devious and doing things that should not be done. You're saying are actually the ones, and there's proof that they've done this, that these are actually ones that I should be, following. That it just doesn't make sense. That's all. I was just asking for some clarity, because someone like Trump, which was, once again, he looks like he's going to be indicted. Look like there's a lot of different things that has happened. You're saying Trump is actually righteous and on the right side of this.
That's what you're right. He may be charged, but I don't know that the charges against him will be legitimate. If he's charged, I think he'll be charged for a political purpose. Do I think he's perfect? No, I've never said that. Do I think he's flawed? We're all flawed. There's only one who is perfect. But I do think that he's a hell of a lot more honest than our current leadership in Congress. I mean, Nancy Pelosi makes $193,000 a deal. How is she worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Absolutely. That's what I want to know.
Mitch McConnell's worth, $54 million. Where did he get that money? You can't make money in politics unless you're a crook. I think it was Harry Truman who said that. So I don't, even though I'm sentimentally aligned with the Republican Party, and I came up in the party of Goldwater and Reagan and Trump, I'm also very honest about the fact that I think the country's been destroyed or being destroyed by a two-party duopoly, and that both parties are complicit. All of these professional politicians are implicit. So yeah, I mean, you're right. Michael Cohen was convicted of tax evasion, which has nothing to do with Donald Trump, and he was disbarred. What does it have to do with Trump?
Well,
There's nothing to do with
there's
Trump.
several.
Yeah,
There's several of his
Jonathan, what's it
attorneys.
got to do with
There's
Trump?
several
Why
of
you
his
always hating
attorneys
on
that
Trump?
Let's
that got
go.
in trouble for lying for him. Okay, and that and so Roger, first of all, I love the fact that you come and answer questions, and not many people do. So I admire that. And but what, if anything, Trump is guilty of? That's my question to you.
Maybe narcissism.
That's it. Okay.
I mean, I don't think maybe he's sometimes he's guilty of naivete, but is he a crook?
He's
No, I don't
petty.
think
He
he's
gets
a crook.
petty, Roger. You know, he's
He can
petty.
be. Well,
No,
I'm not.
because
I'm
here's
not.
the thing, but Roger. The reason I ask, because sex offenders they have the Megan law. You know, you have to register, because once you do that, typically, it's
Bro,
more
why
likely
you go
that
to
you're going to
sex
do.
offenders, man?
Well,
You
reason
gotta,
I'm
you
going
gotta
there
have a better argument than
because
sex
here's the thing.
offenders. My God, you back
Check this out,
to
Grant.
LBJ
Grant, the
now.
reason I'm going there, Grant, is because trouble is always around this man. You know, typically, if your behaviors patterns are criminal, okay, they're likely going to stay criminal, okay. And Trump seems to always have these.
I don't think Trump's ever been convicted of a crime, though.
Well, Trump has privilege. You know that Trump has a lot of privilege. Do you agree? Trump has a lot of privilege.
Not the kind of privileges the Clintons have.
Yeah, but Roger, you do agree that if I had any of those documents that Trump had in Mar-a-Lago, that I would be in prison. You agree with that, right?
This is almost the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
I
So
definitely
Trump has
don't agree with that. Well, we know that George W. Bush has 30,000 classified documents in Houston. Nobody's charging his place. We know that Barack Obama took 30 million documents that he's supposed to
That's not
digitize
true.
and return to the national. It is true. It is true.
The archive, the archive had
And
that
Hillary
handle those
Clinton
for-
had
was-
thousands of emails
but those
classified in
archives
her
handling that
private
for him for
emails
his
folder.
library.
Anyway, look, I'm glad you came on, Jonathan, and I respect any question. I just
Appreciate
think
you, brother. Thank you so
we
much,
have
Roger.
we have a fundamental disagreement. That's all.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
so much, Roger. That's my question. I
Yep.
appreciate you.
He's
Can I ask
Roger,
you a question, Roger?
Sure.
and I want to.
I'm just curious.
Go ahead, Greg.
I want to be. I know you're having fun right now, right, Roger?
Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. But I'll take a little bit more.
All right, okay, because I know you got the energy, man. One day, guys like me and you, we won't be able to get up, so we may as well have a good go of it while we are. I really appreciate you, Roger, being here. By the way, I can't wait to meet you in person. You're
Look
quite a
forward to that.
character, man. You're an original American. You guys got to give him a thumbs up just for being an original. Like there's
100%.
no other like Roger Stone. Like you can't find somebody else on the internet like this cat. So, and he knows how to dress too, by the way. Where'd you learn how to dress, Roger?
I guess that's kind of self-taught. I don't know. I just, from a very young age, I was very determined that I was not going to have any non-natural fibers on my body. I always wanted Brooks Brothers all cotton shirts and corduroys.
Well,
not
you ought to
everybody.
send some of you ought to
everybody
send
should
some of
dress
your
like me.
dressing tips to Jonathan Bing down there because he.
Yo, I was about to say that, bro.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask Roger what keeps him motivated, like what keeps you going and fighting this fight. I mean, and Trump too, but he's obviously not here to answer. But I mean, we've seen the amount of hate that's just been thrown his way. I mean, between the media and the collusion with social media and all things, stacked against you guys, including being censored and banned and all of these things. What keeps you guys fighting? What keeps you going? What keeps you motivated?
I have a daughter and a son. I have 5 grandchildren, and I have 1 great grandson. And I would just like them to live in a country that was as prosperous and free as the country that I knew. That's what keeps me going. Their future is what keeps me going. And I don't really like what I see. In other words, I'm worried about what kind of country they are going to grow up in. And we already see the erosion of civil liberties and a total lack of civility in our politics. And we are sleepwalking towards World War III, which I still find amazing, just amazing. We have 370,000 homeless veterans in this country, yet we are spending $100 billion in Ukraine in a political fight over that country's borders. That just makes no sense to me. So what motivates me, keeps me in the fight, is their future. There are days I don't want to get out of bed. I'll make no bones about it. I mean, what I've been through is pretty extraordinary. I lost my home. I lost my car. I couldn't speak for 18 months, and I make a living writing and speaking, but I was barred from doing that. Lost most of our insurance. Going out in public even today is a crapshoot because people who disagree with you. Many of them are violent. I mean, I don't mind a good, vigorous disagreement, but some people just want to kick your ass. In my case, I'm Sicilian, so that is a major mistake on your part. But I'm also I have had a religious redemption. When you come as close to I do as I have to a near-death experience, I am redeemed in the blood of the cross. Yeah, people can say, "Oh, that's an act. Amen. That's a head fake. That's a pose. That's Stone applying for sympathy." I don't really care what other people think. I only care what he thinks. You can't fool God. Believe me, I figured this out. So that motivation also keeps me going. I'm a daily Bible reader. Never thought I'd say that. I was never a religious person. I was a libertine. I've done it all. I mean, I was a wild man. I'm not that person anymore. People want to bring up stuff I did 30 years ago. Yeah, I did crazy stuff 30 years ago. That was 30 years ago. Today's a different world.
What's your favorite Bible quote, Roger?
I like Hebrews 10, that vengeance is reserved for the Lord. See, as a Sicilian, normally I would want revenge on all these people who did terrible things for us. But in Hebrews 10, we are told that vengeance is reserved for the Lord. And I have to read that often. Anyway,
I just wanted to say you're a modern day hero, Roger. Thank you so much for answering my question. And thank you, Grant and Nelson, for putting this space together. I think so many people need to hear Roger's voice, hear that he's back and he's platformed again. So thank you guys for platforming him here. And everyone retweet the space just so everyone can hear this and witness this. It's history all over again in the making. So thank you again, Roger.
Hey, Roger,
thank you.
You'll be happy to hear that you're breaking records again today. Like last time when we did the space, you're the #1 space on Twitter. You have been for the last 2 hours. If you want to see it, spacesdashboard.com. You're on top, man.
Well, I appreciate that. My hats off to Grant Cardone for putting this together. He's 100%. The mastermind. I mean, in all honesty, a week ago, I didn't know what a Twitter space was. You have to recognize when I got thrown off of the platform in early 2017. It was a much more primitive place. It has improved dramatically, and I found these to be stimulating.
100% hats off to GC. Roger, oh my God. You have been phenomenal tonight. I mean, you've blown my mind. It's sad to see that, some, opposing parties like Jonathan Bing, haven't quite gotten the picture. But Roger, right, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
What are your thoughts about the 2020 election and what we've been able to uncover with Twitter Files?